I don't mean Yes, here we go. Let's go. Let's go. We are live. Fucking safe space. Let's go. We are live. DPA open mic. DPA. We are live. We are live.
We are live. Welcome to DPA Open Mic, episode 128, the insane Trump Middle East tour, the Russian-Ukraine peace talk, and Syria is given a chance. And hopefully you guys can hear me. By right, you should be able. You guys should be able to hear me. You should be no problem. So DPA Open Mic, this DPA Open Mic is multicast on multiple platforms as usual on DPA, Twitter, Twitch, Telegram, DPA Open Mic channel on YouTube, DPA Open Mic channel on Rumble. So I'm gonna drop the link for you guys to join, so I don't go into some monologue first. And let me find the copy and paste. So invite link, copy. Okay, so this is a crazy week again. It was true. Yes, last week I ended with the closing saying that it's likely to be a pretty crazy week, and indeed, I think it's quite insane. So do press the like button and subscribe. Subscribe. You know, it's important to subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet. And so I'm gonna drop the link to join over. The link is now pinned, posted and pinned in the live chat of the YouTube channel, live chat of the Rumble channel, and also on Twitchy. Although very few people actually watch us on Twitch, so you know. And thank you Johari for the super sticker. Thank you so much. And also what else? What do I want to say? Okay, the super sticker have got me confused. I forgot what I want to say. So so I forgot. I totally forgot what I want to say. So I know. I want to check my mic. I wanted to check whether you guys can hear me fine. Last week I was a bit soft. Yeah, everything I think is the same. So good. So the Trump have some insane Middle East trip, and he got a lot of investment, and again for the second time in his second term. One term once. In his first term, he made the same decision. He chose Saudi Arabia as his first foreign destination as the president, and this is a strong signal to the region, and particularly to Middle East, especially to Saudi Arabia, that Saudi Arabia remains the most important partner of United States. And this time round is very interesting. Trump didn't even bother to go to Israel. And I think this is a good sign that he is running a little low in patience or perhaps even respect for Israel. I think Donald Trump is like, he's super not approve of what Israel is doing. However, he didn't seem to want to criticize Israel openly, at least yet. So I saw the Fox interview. I didn't see the whole thing, but the question about Israel, Trump seemed to skirt around it. And a lot of people I think is very disappointed that Trump didn't go after Israel to stop it from bombing. But at the same time, he have to regard allies as ally. Unfortunately, what's more shocking to me is that Hamas still have not released all the hostages. I'm not sure what the hell are they waiting for. How many people need to die before they release all the hostages? Like, there is no longer any political or diplomatic or geopolitical value in these hostages. Like, there is not much more value that Hamas can actually pull out from all these hostages. Like, to hold on to 200 over hostages. Now, I think the last number I just checked with Grok is around 58. Maybe alive, maybe dead, maybe just bodies. But just for these few people, so many people have to die. This kind of trade, this kind of trading, of life is ridiculous. So I just want to put this aside. I can't stand this kind of ridiculousness. Unfortunately, that's how it is. And also just now it was anyway. Is the link working? Oh, let me drop the link to also the open mic speaker lounges in case to to make it easier for them to join, for those regulars. And I forgot what I want to say again. Oh yeah, so I in Telegram and Twitter I said that I'm going to go to rest, and then 4 5 hours later I will wake up to do open mic. End up I took 7 8 hours. It's Russia's fault. I just want to officially note that it's Russia's fault. No, it's not my fault. So so let's see whether anyone is come joining. Let me check the link if it works. I think the link works as well. So anyone want to talk, come there's in the live chat, if anyone can join. Anyone can join. So don't be shy. Just chit chat only. Relax. Just chit chat. So what else? Coming back to the Middle East trip, Qatar, I believe, is giving Trump a Boeing 747, and it's ridiculous how the anti-Trump media try to spin it in a way as if like it's a gift to Trump himself, which is not. It's a gift to the United States Air Force. So hi Archimedes, long time no see.
Hey, how you doing, Wyatt?
Looking really good.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah. How's it going, man? How have you been? How's the chat? How are you guys doing in chat today?
Yeah, they seem excited. Rare Saturday one. UT's super chat. You assume Israel will stop after the captives are released. They will not state so publicly. Yeah, I never said that Israel will stop.
I agree.
But I'm just saying that now what Hamas is just giving Israel excuse to bomb the Gaza. But once you release all the hostages, then Israel's bombing of Gaza would make it like even worse than what it is today. So now they have the excuse. They can always say that it's Hamas holding the hostages, so they have to fight Hamas. But once the hostages are entirely out, then if they continue to just kill civilians, then it's a different thing altogether. So although I know that Israel will continue to bomb Gaza even if all the hostages is out, but there's no more leverage. I'm not sure what kind of leverage that. Like, it's already how long already? How many years have gone? So
yeah, I think this is pretty much an insoluble problem. I think the Israelis are sort of on a one-way trip, right? To either total victory or total defeat. And I think they have sort of an obsession with the destruction of Palestine and destruction of the Arab resistance to them. Now, this may all just be, though, something that changes once Netanyahu is swept out of power, because I think this is the upcoming event here. It looks like the rumblings are in place. Trump is sort of turning on him. The Israelis may use that as an opportunity to pivot. They'll kick out old Bibi and blame it all on him, and they'll pivot. And there might be some kind of peaceable order that comes out of this, at least for a while. It all depends on Iran, though. But I think Bibi's out. I mean, do you think he is? What about the chat?
I think Netanyahu is just using the war to extend his rule, extend his power. I think there is really no reasons to continue to bomb Gaza right now, right? But and usually I always I did argue a little bit on DPA forum. So I just want to say countries with different leaders can become totally different countries. Like United States under Donald Trump is totally different from United States under Obama or Biden. It's almost like a totally different country, particularly with Trump. So Israel with a totally different prime minister can be entirely different. Like the outlook, the way, the perspective, how they deal with foreign policies can be entirely different. So, like Russia, why people, why the West, at least the Europeans hate Russia is because it's always Putin. They can't get another way to game Russia. Like Putin is just always there and it's always too good. So I would recommend people to look at it like in that way rather than just cast a country as a country. Like no,
Look at the leadership.
yeah,
Well, look at Russia. I mean, they've had strong, secure, stable leadership for decades. So is China. Stable leadership. Yeah, you're right. Why this is the trouble in America? America is a totally different country. In some ways, under Trump, and then it'll be a different country again. I worry that this tendency of democracy without a uniparty is just going to be very weak. And the uniparty is almost it's like a necessary thing that makes democracy work because it at least provides stability, singular rule. That's what you get. There's a great, there's a great quote. Um, the United States is a single party government, a single party state, but in typical American extravagant fashion, they have two of them. That's how it is. But now I think we've seen that system breaking to some degree.
yeah.
Something new coming in.
I think it's totally changing now. Like in the past, I think in the
But
past
that
it's
makes us
very
weak because it makes us unstable, right? That's the issue.
yeah. I think this is something that I observe as well. Democrat and Republicans, like on narrative fronts, sometimes it looks very different. Like particularly during the George Bush era, Clinton era, there seems like there is some kind of difference. But then when they go into office, it's exactly the same. There's almost no change. Like George W. Bush, he launched the war on terror, then created a lot of destruction. Then Obama, everybody hoped that Obama would change the things, but he didn't. He just hide things. He's still doing the same
Hope and
bombings.
change. That was
Yeah,
Obama's slogan. Hope
same.
and change. Yes, we can. Man of the
I
people.
was so
I mean, he
excited
was
about
he was a
Obama.
fake populist.
Yeah, I was so excited about Obama. I was an Obama fan until I think it was until his second term. I think I totally gave it up. Like by the second term, I was like, what the hell is he actually doing? So I think Trump is the first to really change and the political system like very seriously in a long time, and it's starting to feel like there is two different parties, but part of this different party is still in the same party. It's like some of the Republicans are not really the Trumpian Republicans. It's like a totally different thing. Yeah. Then so now it's just depending on how much of this executive orders that Donald Trump is doing is legislate into law. If a lot of it is legislate into law, then we will probably see a very very serious permanent change of United States. That's what I think. What do you say? You're muted, by the way. You're still muted.
1, 2, 3.
Ye-
Any luck? Can you guys hear me? Is my audio
Yeah,
coming through
we
now?
can hear you. Yeah. Just now you were muted.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, it's my hope that Trump is able to bring a more dictatorial style to American governance, more of a top-down, command-based style instead of a process-based style, so that the agent that the people elect to represent them can actually get things done. But it seems like the Supreme Court is going to be pretty lukewarm about it. I'd love to hear from people more educated on the law. Talk a little bit about the Supreme Court opinions that have been released lately regarding the power of judges, regarding the constitutionality of certain things. Trump has been doing, especially with regards to deportations. But I'm not an expert on that, so I can't speak too much, unfortunately, on that particular topic. But it is my hope,
Okay.
that we have a real executive again. It's the
Yeah, I
executive,
think
It's an important element in the United States government. We're not really just supposed to be ruled by Congress. We're supposed to be ruled by a triumvirate of Congress, of the wise jurors, the justices, and by the singular executive. And Trump isn't the singular executive I choose, but he is a leader and an executive, and he is singular. So I give him that much credit.
I think I can see that a lot of people don't is not happy in the chat about Trump. Is yeah, the thing is, a lot of the things that Trump is doing right now is very normal. In other countries, it's not like there's something special about what Trump is doing. Oh, looks who's here. Wagner Land is.
Hey, I'll be back in a minute. I got to go to Bumland, but I'll rejoin. But yeah, I agree with
Okay.
what Archimedes was saying about the courts need to be put in their place and these district judges need to understand their position. I think they need to get rid of a lot of them and defund them because these guys are out of control. And he's right about the Supreme Court. They don't really seem like they're too excited about ruling on this. And it's probably because they're scared. Who knows? Maybe they're being blackmailed. It's a huge political thing. Because if you give Trump the win, then everyone wants to kill you,
If you
Even
if
if
you
it's
don't give
right.
Trump the win, also a problem. Like the country is divided by half, right? So if you give him the win, it's also wrong. If you don't give him the win, you're also wrong. So we see which side you will less likely to kill you.
That's the iron law, man. Comes down to violence. But it's not about the mob. At the end of the day, there's no mob that's going to go and kill people in the United States. It's very far from reality. What we do have is, it's a question of factions in our elite. Where they are going. Who they are supporting. That's the real question. I mean, here's a question for you, Wyatt. How do you rate Trump's foreign policy so far? How do you think that he is handling, three separate topics? First of all, Ukraine, and then secondly, the Middle East, especially in light of everything he's been doing there this week, and then the rest of the world. I mean, India, Pakistan. It looks like it might have been a ceasefire organized by the United States. I'm not sure if that's the right interpretation of the events, but if so, that's a great achievement by the U.S. I don't
I
know,
think
and I don't know what to make of the events with Trump in the Middle East. This last week, I'm reserving judgment. What do you think?
all right. Okay. I think Trump's foreign policy right now is very abrasive. That's the first thing. It's very abrasive. He's very in your face, and a lot of countries are not used to it. They are not used to a very to a United States that actually uses its influence and power, and to pressure countries to go back in line. I think everybody is so used to the United States, especially like the Obama era United States, where go around apologizing to people, giving in, even though there's no reason to give in. That kind of United States, like even my country, my own government is not happy with Trump, like because they feel like we are stirring the soup, unnecessarily. However, I feel like because I look long term. We have been talking about since Obama era the where United States is on this managed decline, and I feel like this managed decline is a terrible thing. Like there is no reasons the United States need to go into the managed decline. There is so much things that the United States can do, but they have not been doing until Trump came in. So that we have to put that into perspective. Then we have two major issues, two major wars, Israel and Ukraine. First thing, both have the same issue when you come to Trump. both Ukraine and Israel is aligned with United States, and is if United States just drop them, the problem is while he can do it, the problem is the allies is going to get frightened. I think that is the main thing that people are not considering. It's easy to say that no, you should stop supplying bombs to Israel or stop supplying weaponry to Ukraine, but no, it sends a terrible message to any country that align themselves with United States. I think that's the main issue right now. So what Trump is trying to do seemingly is to try to balance it out so that it doesn't look bad. But I think Trump's urge is actually just to drop them. I feel like Trump's urge is not to support Ukraine and not to support Israel. But I think as an administration, I think they are resisting this urge. They are resisting this urge to just drop them, because once you drop them, it's going to have a long term consequence to diplomacy, that people will not trust United States anymore, at least the allies. Then the people who will be happy about this, like Russia, the Middle East people, the Arab world, China, they may be happy if Trump just drop Israel and drop Ukraine. But the thing is, these people, even when they're happy, they will not love United States. That's the issue. There is no upside, to Trump dropping these two countries. So, at least for now, I think he wants at least a way of retreat that it doesn't look bad, or at least it doesn't have this kind of consequence for United States. So that's why he looking for the negotiations. I think that's the main thing. But the thing is, it's really not up to United States to make this kind of call. It's like basically trying to pull strings and see what, like for example, for Putin's case, whether they can make a deal where Putin will give Trump face so that he can actually step back from Ukraine war in the way that he doesn't humiliate United States and it doesn't make United States look very weak. So that's the, I think, the main gist. But like I said, it's very abrasive. If in terms of the rest of the diplomacy, you look at the trade war, most countries, particularly in Asia Pacific, if you look at most of the countries, it seems to be fine. India, Middle East, all is very happy with Trump. The problem even South America wise, it seems alright, Central America wise, but it is the Asia Pacific side, is the Japan, South Korea, Southeast Asia that is getting very nervy, because they are the one that is doing all the manufacturing, and the trade war seems to be targeting them because they are working very closely with China and this kind of thing. And similarly, like Singapore's case, Singapore government is not very happy because we are the biggest foreign direct investor in China, and then we are doing trade. So if China trade lessen, means our port operations get less business. So there's all these consequence, but in the long term, I think everybody's going to get richer except for China in the long term, because manufacturing will have to
Even
flow
China,
out,
because China will be forced to consume more, if this
Why?
goes well, and so that'll be better for them in some ways. It'll be
Well, it's
their
not going to
consumption
go
market is
well,
going
and
to
it
grow.
isn't going well.
Sorry,
Wow.
Gareth? So,
It's not going well, and it isn't going to go well. I think Trump has just inflicted the greatest economic act of self-harm in human history. Probably before that was Brexit, but now America has taken the prize. China's exports.
that's the perspective
Right.
of a lot of economists, actually, like for real. A lot of
kidding.
legitimate economists actually believe that Trump is actually sabotaging United States themselves. But I constantly disagree. The main thing is because I don't look at this as an economic thing. I look at this as a geopolitical thing. And if you look at this believing that Trump ultimately will want a deal with China, that means Trump will never break trade with China, then the economist is going to be correct. But because there's no way that there's no leverage. If the aim is always to return to trading, then Trump have no leverage. Yeah, but if let's say
but look-
sorry, Gareth, go.
Thank you. That all relies on the presumption of Trump being some kind of negotiating hero, but he's not. He's a complete idiot. Look what we've seen him do, just completely back down at every opportunity. He backed off his major tariff after institutions Liberation Day, except for China, and then he backed off from the China tariffs. He's been pushed around. Oh, and of course, he voluntarily threw up, oh, maybe the tariff should be only 80%. He backed down at every possible opportunity and squandered everything. He's not a negotiator. He's just a rich kid who's always been in the position of being able to take his ball and go home. He's always had other people coming to him wanting to take advantage of his wealth, and he's been able to use the bully pulpit to take advantage of it. But he's not a negotiator. Thanks, Dan.
Sure. No. That is not an invalid argument. No. I have to say it's not an invalid argument. It's just that I view it in a different way. That's all. So I feel like there's a plan, and this has been the part of the plan. Like I said very early, the moment that China actually retaliated, I say that they play into Trump's hand, because I feel like Trump administration is looking at excuse to cut trade, and China's strategy is to drag it out. There's the two different games that is being played. So Trump is trying to put maximum pressure in the shortest period of time to force economic change or even political change in China, so that they can actually blend better with the world economic system. Because right now they are destroying the world economic system, because everything is just way too cheap. There's no, and the chip is like it's destructive even inside China. They are now under severe deflation inside China. So that's the thing. Whereas China has the opposite. They are trying to drag it out. This is exactly what the Chinese has done in the first term. They dragged the whole negotiation out until the final year of Donald Trump, and then and it makes the entire the deal, whatever deal that they're going to make, pretty much useless. Because they know that the next president, especially if the something bad happened, like what happened in the first time is a COVID, then Trump got kicked out. The next president come in, they do not enforce the deal, and that's what China hopes to achieve, which is why the pressure on China right now is very strong. But the thing is, China don't make a temporary deal with United States if they want to play the dragging game, because it's actually creating severe damage to Chinese economy right now because of the trade war. Anyone even for our salary, if we get a 30% cut to our salary, that's it would mess up our world. So not to mention a country where people actually loses job and having their life messed up. So China making a deal, trying to make a deal. They also step back. It's not just Donald Trump step back. China also step back. Make a 90-day deal. At least they drag for 90 days. Then later we will see what happens in 90 days time. But Trump started this very, very early, because Trump learned from the first term that you cannot take it slowly with China, because China is not a small country, it's a very powerful country. So they have to start early to put the pressure on. If not, by the time after 3 years, when Trump go into his final year, then the negotiation will have no power. There is no leverage on Trump's side. That's what I think.
If I may, I don't think that China has any reason to agree anything with America. Chinese exports went up 8% in April. They've just redirected their output to other markets. There are plenty of them. After all, everybody else to trade with America, they have to pay at least a 10% tariff. So trading with almost anyone is cost effective. Similarly, we've already seen that there have been attempts to relocate manufacturing from China into India. But of course, they have to buy the machine tools for those factories from China. A friend of mine used to work in the machine tool business 20 years ago now. They were already importing machine tools from China back then, of very, very high quality. And so I don't see that China, I think that the US, Trump has walked into a fan, basically. It's nothing, I don't see how America gets anything good out of this. And in fact, just recently, China, Korea, and Japan signed a free trade area agreement, making it one of the largest in the world. And so the response seems to have been to just let America go on its way. Thanks, Tom.
Very good. I'm in full favor of that. America needs to go on its way to a much greater degree than it has been. It'll be much better for the United States to go on our way. After all, there's a reality of the geography of this planet, which is that America is on its own, it's on its own way, it's its own continent, it's its own hemisphere, with its own oceans. It doesn't need to be integrated into the global system. The global system is not long for this world, I say. And let the others, integrate to the degree that they see is helpful. So be it, I care for what's good for America, and at this point, increased imports are not good for America. Increased imports are very bad for America. Very bad. And they've been bad for decades.
Super chat.
Hi, Toby.
Location tracking in AI and HPC chips are from now on.
Hello.
Hi Toby. You see,
Location
this for you,
tracking,
I do it at this timing is for you because I realized if I do during the Sunday session, you need to work.
Yeah, I'm actually going to work today, believe it or not. But I thought I'd come on.
Oh my God, you
Well, I think Gareth gets the day off, right?
Why do you fall to the capitalist? No, I thought you are like against it.
Now I work for the public health system now.
Ah, okay.
So I'm all state. Yeah, spend them taxes, tax the rich. No, yeah, I don't know. I kind of see international politics now as a bit of a distraction from national issues. I noticed the Europeans said that they were going to harm Russia by increasing taxes on Russian hydrocarbons. That's just a tax. That's just raising revenue from their own population. That's all that is. They're just getting money from their own people for using Russian gas. But they promote it in the press as, yeah, we're attacking Russia. We're big and strong and we're playing international politics. I think sometimes that's the main function of geopolitics, is a distraction from national politics. It gives politicians something to talk about, but really doesn't affect anyone in their electorate. They get to act tough. They get to seem important. They get to, they're really lucky. They get to fly overseas and go to a conference and stay in a nice hotel and get away from their families and wives and
Well, but I'm not sure this is true in the United States, though. In the United States, geopolitics is very. Well, what I'm saying is geopolitics are not present in the popular imagination and the popular media diet to a large degree at all. Most people don't and just don't care at all and couldn't care less when it comes to geopolitics. The national news is the distraction and maybe the substance too. The geopolitics is, a mere curiosity.
No, because in United States politics is so entertaining. No, in the rest of the world, internal politics is very boring. Like particularly like in countries like Singapore, it's like watching paint dry. US politics is super entertaining. It's like watching Korean drama. So that's the difference. The distraction in United States is always internal politics. No, our distraction is watching US in politics.
Yeah, I guess I see what you mean, but even so, like the Trump tariffs are a way of paying back American debt that was incurred spending during COVID. What American debt levels?
No, the tariff. So I calculated the tariff doesn't even pay the interest for the debt. So I calculated the real way to clear debt. The real way to clear debt is economic growth. You have to double it at least, and then you have to cut government spending.
Which is really difficult when you've got a falling population, right? When you've got demographic crisis, and then you can't import people because people don't want mass immigration, and so these are domestic issues. Yeah.
You mean United States?
But actually, everywhere in the world is trying to do. Everywhere in the Western world with collapsing demographics is trying to do mass immigration to keep their balance sheet on track, and people don't like mass immigration because it spells the death of their culture. But It's not the mass immigration that's causing the death of their culture. It's the fact that they're not having any kids. It's like, like I really, this is why I'm not on that whole bandwagon of the great replacement. It's as if, like the globalists came into your bedroom and stopped you having kids. It's hard to see how that actually works. But again, like with American politics, it's full of Israel, it's full of Ukraine, it's full of this, that, and the other. International politics is largely a distraction, and I do think that like a lot of countries have got more than enough problems without what's going on internationally.
Gareth, go.
You're muted.
Okay, thanks. Sorry. You can be of the opinion that there are people who think that mass migration destroys their culture, but it's an invalid assumption that everybody thinks that, and quite a lot of people think that that's a weird and bizarre idea. In fact, I think many more than think it is a real danger.
Thank you for your input, Gareth. Can we please not get on this fucking topic with you? Let's stay on the geopolitics and money.
Hey, I'm just responding to what's being said.
I'm not gonna argue with you.
Fair enough.
Thank you for your input. Just move on, please. I don't want to talk about this. I don't think the
okay, well, too bad. So even among reform voters that have switched to reform lately, immigration attracts only 18% of their concern. It's like number 6 in the things that they can care about. They actually have 60% care about taxing the rich and public spending that will improve public services. So the idea that fear of immigration, I think, is just it's just a slogan that the right likes to use. They like to stir it up. They like to stir fear and division because they've got nothing else to offer. They've got no politics, no hope, no offer. All they can do is just encourage you to hate others.
Yeah, well, that's certainly been borne out by the recent Australian election. Like the fear of immigration should have caused people to ditch the existing Labor Party in Australia because they've done mass immigration. Australia's had more mass immigration than anywhere else on earth. We've had like 2 million people in the last couple of years or whatever. The Labor Party got voted back in with an increased majority. So, I think there's truth to what Gareth is saying. It is definitely a lightning rod for the right, and it doesn't seem particularly effective. And the same thing happened in Canada. The same thing happened in the UK. I don't think people care nearly as much about these nationalist ethnic identity issues as Republicans would like them to. I think that's fair enough.
So,
yeah, very well. Let's close that topic, please. I just don't want to get into this with Gareth. It's going to waste 2 hours of open mic.
Have we done the gay Thanos deep dive yet?
That's really what the people want to hear. I think that's the biggest news in the world stage this week. There was a gay Thanos situation happening in somewhere in South Asia, right? No, I think it was gay Thanos.
It's more like woke Thanos, right? The whole idea of Thanos is actually an environmentalist. He believes in climate change and that the way to fix it is population reduction. And he lives alone on a farm. He adopts children. It's all very woke, And I think some of the gentlemen in the DPA community need to come to terms with the fact that there is an agenda afoot to make Thanos available to them as a cultural hero. It's not accidental. There are many levels to this.
Really, what levels?
One vote for Archimedes for Speaker of the Year 2025.
Thank you, Anders. I promise to all of my voters that I will give them generous kickbacks and corrupt deals on any field that they wish. Vote for me.
No, so
I'm gonna have so much power as SOTY.
I want to comment on Thanos thing because it's so funny. Because his idea that cutting half the population will solve the problem clearly shows that he never read demographic graph before. The population doubles, no, every like 10, 20 years. No, he cutting half is not enough. He need to cut like 90% of the people. Then you're gonna have a protect the planet, no,
Well,
at least
well,
for
this is
another
where
100 years.
this is where we get into the conspiracy theory of the evil Hollywood executives pushing the globo homo, because originally, back in the day, the OG Thanos in the comics, he wasn't into climate change, right? And this whole population control. He was in love. Back then, he was heterosexual, right? He hadn't been made gay. And so he was in love with the goddess of death, and he wanted to kill half the universe as like a present to her, because he was simping so hard. She really wasn't into Thanos that much. I mean, she was the goddess of death. So, yeah, this is the whole thing. This is why I'm saying if Thanos has been made available to you, and, you know, the people in the DPA community, they know who they are, right? That love them some Thanos, right? They're being played. Thanos was originally not gay. That's a new thing. Gay Thanos is part of this whole...
Yes,
You know,
who is Thanos in love with?
It's just some marketer appealing to the pink pound. I mean, there is a simpler answer.
Yeah. Well, and the whole gauntlet, the rainbow gauntlet. I mean, please. But there is an insidious, you know, undercurrent there.
Toby,
yes.
ultimately,
I don't find anything you're talking about insidious.
It simply reinforces the well-known phenomenon that, you know, Marvel movies are super duper gay and well liked by the most soy-faced of men. They love it. They do. People like Gareth don't watch Marvel movies. You know, people like Gareth, they read Marx like real men, and they drink beer, they smoke cigarettes indoors.
Well, I mean, someone in the chat just pointed out that the comic book Thanos was a simp, and that the new one is woke and gay, and I think that's kind of true. I don't endorse it. I only bring it up because it's well, you know, Vox Populi, Vox Dei. Like the people needed to know, they wanted to know, and you know, I guess we've covered it. Is there anything else happening in the world at the moment?
Yeah. NGS,
yes.
NGS has a good super chat. Let's do this one first, and then we can talk about India later, maybe.
What are your takes on the Istanbul negotiations, which is the Ukraine-Russia peace talk?
Well, I'll say something about it. I saw the West is, well, Zelensky at any rate, is now grandstanding on the idea that there must be direct talks between him and Putin. But this is a false and foolish idea, because the war is between Ukraine and Russia, not between Putin and Zelensky. It is the two nations who have to send delegations to each other, not have their heads of state. So this whole thing has been I mean, Russia wasn't interested in a ceasefire, didn't ask for one. This whole thing was the West built itself up on the idea of a ceasefire that was never going to happen, and then got upset that it never happened. And so they sat down, they exchanged some prisoners, and I think that was it.
Yeah, the whole thing was very, very weird. Just the way that all those Western leaders were talking to Russia, it wasn't very conciliatory. You know, they were basically issuing demanding a ceasefire. Like, the whole thing about a ceasefire without conditions is very weird. It's like a ceasefire is a condition. You know, it's part of a negotiation, and a negotiation is a set of conditions put forward by both sides. It's kind of the definition of a negotiation. And so this idea that you don't have conditions, well, what they're really asking for is a surrender. You know, if that Russia stop and you know, give up their war aims. But I thought the whole thing was totally disingenuous. I mean, you had them, they all went over to Ukraine, you know, they got to look like they were doing something on the global stage. And this ties in with what I was saying before, you know, geopolitics being a distraction from domestic politics. All those European leaders got to go over to Ukraine. I thought it was really interesting that NATO wasn't there. It's like, imagine, you know, you take the leaders of these powerful European nations, the UK, France, Germany, and even, I think the Polish guy was there. but then they're talking about war and they don't take the head of NATO. I thought that was really odd. That was like really conspicuous. And then in the end,
Question for
Trump
you.
also, just before the thing kicked off, Trump went on Twitter and said, nothing is going to happen until I meet with Putin. So, like, what was that? That was just basically, like, completely undermining the thing and saying that he doesn't care about the outcome. So, yeah, I think the whole thing was just a big publicity stunt.
A question for you on the NATO thing, Kobe. I'd like you to expand on that. I remember you had said, over maybe 2 years ago at this point, that this war is not between Russia and Ukraine, right? Or even Russia and the U.S. It's between NATO and the EU. There's a dimension of this conflict where it's are we going to see a Europe that is in the hands of NATO and we have a strong NATO, or is this a Europe that's going to be starting an independent course with the United States sort of divesting? And I feel like that, it seems to me that from what you've said about what's happening today, that we've actually had a third option where there is neither a European army nor NATO. Or do you feel that we're heading towards Europe? Anyway, I'd like you to expand on that. Like, where do we stand now, and who's winning?
Well, I think, as in institutional terms, the EU as an institution wants a defense policy. It wants it to be a very powerful state. People often forget when they see Ursula von der Leyen and the wide-eyed lady from the Baltics. They forget that those ladies represent a trade organization and not a state. When they talk about all this money that they're going to devote to defense, they don't have any money. Like the only money that goes through the EU is donated by the member states of the European Union. And they negotiate where that money is going to go ad infinitum, like to the smallest detail before it actually gets spent. So the EU is a trade organization. It's basically like a darts club. It's not a state. It doesn't have an army. It can do very, very little. But the people in it, a lot of people in it and across Europe would like it to be a state. They would like it to be the United States of Europe. And of course, if it's going to be that, then it has to take over defense policy and taxation and have an army. And at the moment, it doesn't. NATO is its army. And so the aspiration of the EUites, or those who want a European superstate, is completely contrary to the aspirations of those who want NATO, because it will replace NATO necessarily. And so that's the conflict between those two sets of institutions. But it's really unclear, again, due to demographics and economics, it's unclear how Europe builds a European army. And if you have a look at Ursula von der Leyen said, we're going to spend however many billions of dollars, building up our defenses. And then a few weeks later, the Germans came out and said they were going to raise $1 trillion or whatever it was, $800 billion to bolster their defenses. And so you can see there the nation state of Germany comes to the front and takes all the credit and takes all the power. And then what happened?
And not EU, but it's European nations, individual European nations. That's who's winning now.
Individual European nations, right? And what happened? Merz had to do a deal with the Greens and give the environmentalists 200 billion of that just to get passed through his own national government. So the build-up of the European army is actually, to a large extent, the German taxpayer being taxed even more to give even more to climate change. So the Europeans basically weren't spending a lot on the military when it was NATO, and I don't see a huge amount of evidence that they're going to spend a lot when it's going to be their own nation states. And it's definitely not the EU doing it. So I'm not sure that the EU project to become the United States of Europe is viable. Like having lived in Europe for a lot of years, people like their nation states in Europe. Germans identify as German, French identify as French. The Eastern European countries wave their flags solid. Poland, has got a lot of nationalist politicians. The UK left Europe with Brexit. So I think the European project is largely a bit of a pipe dream. But at the same time, because of the economic pressures, I don't think they're going to spend much on NATO either. So I think that they will continue to basically struggle under their economic load and their demographic collapse. And I don't think they're serious about having an army one way or the other.
Super chat. Sorry, super chat. G, where do you get money for beer and sick? I'm not sure if G refers to Gabriel or Gareth. I just want to say. And Johari, was the talk meant to fail to begin with? And then
Yeah, definitely.
Kodenov, we want Odessa and Kiev, fools. Yeah, Gareth is next though.
I'm glad you're not talking about Thanos, Toby.
Thanks. Well, I just wanted to say, Merz of Germany has announced the intention for the German army to become the strongest in Europe, which will be an interesting historical development if it happens, especially that seeing as Poland has also rearmed and is heading in that same direction. So it will be a new landscape if it happens. It's certainly true that there is an opposition between the NATO fans and the European army or superstate fans. But in that regard, it is Britain that was in some ways, well, in many ways, America's stick with which to stir the pot in Europe. And now that Britain has left the Europe, it would be easier for them to head towards a uniform army. And it has been discussed and thought about a long time before. After all, the French were never keen on NATO in the first place. People have been expressed concerns about the languages, of course, but maybe modern technology will sort that out. So I'm inclined to think that things are heading that way because America, has just declared war on its allies, basically. So I think Europe should stand up for itself, and I think a lot of people would agree with that. And I don't agree that Europe requires giving up your Germanness. I mean, there are plenty of people able to be both Welsh and British or whatever. It's a negotiated thing. People find their way in it. It's not complicated. People have many layers of identity.
Well, can they though? Like, I'm sure they would want to, but can they? Like, what are the material conditions for such a endeavor? I don't see them turning on their nuclear reactors in Germany.
Well, it's not just the public sentiment as well. The reality is that the national governments would have to give up power, right? They would have to cede power to the European Union. It's hard to imagine that happening voluntarily. I mean, I guess it might, but remember that America fought a civil war to make itself a cohesive nation, and that was touch and go. Usually nations are forged together in times of conflict. I'm not saying it can't happen, but from studying the European legal shenanigans, it does seem to me that the nation states don't want to give up their prerogatives. They don't want to give up their power to a centralized authority. I mean, they could have done it many, many times. And you say that the French were against NATO. That's true, but the French were also against the EU. They had an empty chair for like many, many years in the EU. And so the idea that the French would give up being French in order to form a union with Germany is, there are, for sure there are people who are into it. There's no question that there's a lot of good Europeans in Europe who would ditch national identity and form this United States of Europe.
No, but my objection is that I don't agree that that's necessary. I don't think that the French would have to give up being French at all. I don't see how that would arise.
Well, how is it working out on the ground? Like, what happens to the leaders of countries in Europe who want to maintain a certain level of cultural, demographic, and economic autonomy? How is it going for them? Like, say, in Hungary or in Slovakia or in Romania, for that matter.
Well,
how's it working out?
I don't think that's what I don't think that's what they're doing. But I'm not sure what that even has to do with the point.
Well,
I mean, are they being asked to give up their language or anything?
You're saying that the French can have a French identity while at the same time forming part of this bloc called the European Union. but at the same time, like on the ground, on the historical processes that these nations are suffering under the EU, it's a systematic demolition of their sovereignty and cultural identity. So, like,
Okay, well, you're making a
I
lot
don't
of
know.
assertions there that I don't
Yeah, so I
recognize.
do.
I don't know who's being. I don't see. Well, who's being destroyed? I mean, that's weird.
Wasn't your prime minister saying that English people should speak English, British people should speak British?
Yeah,
That's
shameful,
disgraceful.
shameful
When
pandering to the
when your
far right.
culture,
Yeah.
when your nation stops speaking its language, that's a pretty good indicator that it's lost its cultural identity.
Yeah, but you'd think if they were serious, then they would actually want people to learn the language rather than cutting teaching services. So that's not what they're
So,
doing. They're just appealing to bigotry. That's all.
so if people learn the language, then they automatically become of the culture.
I don't know. I don't know. I grew up speaking two languages. Which culture am I?
Which are you? Do you tell me?
Neither. Neither.
Yeah, a man of the world or lost at sea, one of the other. But I find it fascinating that we're defining bigotry as speaking your own language now. I think that's
No. I was pointing out that they were not helping anyone speak the language. They were just using it as an exercise in stirring up xenophobia. If they actually wanted people to speak the language, they would help people speak the language, not hinder them.
Well, you just stated how you speak two language and are of neither of them, which is
There were special
a good
circumstances.
argument. It's an excellent argument to like the irrelevance of speaking the language for a national identity. Therefore, like doing something to teach the language does nothing to create a national identity. Clearly, by your own example.
No. That's I wouldn't say that at all. It certainly has something to do with it. It's just not determinative. I don't think that speaking French or being able to speak French, because of course the point is that people can speak many languages,
Well, just for the
imparts
record,
French culture to you.
well, this
just
is
for the
the
record,
irony. Like the threat to British nationalism is not all these people learning to speak French. You know,
yeah.
Well, no, yes.
it's
Not,
actually from outside Europe that the xenophobia is being promoted. But
How
I
is
just
that?
don't. Well, the mass immigration is not coming from other European countries, is it?
it
It's coming
was.
from
Okay.
outside Europe.
But but xenophobia and immigration are not the same thing. You said it was the xenophobia that was being promoted from outside. Like, are the Americans doing it?
Oh no, that was the wrong word. Promoted was the wrong word. It was the stimulus for it. But again, like I'll go back to what I said before, and it's like the mass immigration is a symptom of demographic collapse. It's not it's not an agenda. I mean, there's the great replacement theory. You see this a lot in the Twitter sphere from the hard right. They or whatever they call themselves now. They believe that there's a grand plan, an agenda to replace everybody. And I definitely think that, globalism does have this anti-nationalist sentiment. But the real drive for mass immigration is propping up national economies. Because demographic collapse does spectacularly bad things to governments. Because nothing destroys the tax base of a government and its ability to spend money more than having fewer taxpayers entering the workforce and more living for longer and longer as pensioners. It's a lot of people don't understand. If you're in government, you're in the business of having some tax surplus so you can steal it and give it to your friends. And so, like, it's the worst thing in the world to be in government and to be facing demographic collapse.
Tax reduction. Yeah.
It's suddenly you've got all these voters who want stuff and who aren't paying tax.
Well, you can always tax property.
Well, that's right, and that's what's happening. I'll speak briefly in Australia. It's really weird. It's like this country has turned like hard left, and you have a lot of people squealing on the right that that this is weird. Of course, Australia's turning hard left. It's like, have a look at all the countries historically that have gone communist. They've gone communist because the great mass of the population had zero social mobility. They were being tax farmed as slaves. They'd been made economic slaves. That nothing they said mattered politically, and they got unbelievably pissed off about it and voted to burn the whole thing down through the vector of communism. And of course, that's going to happen in places like Australia, where no one can afford a house or to start a family, and the younger generation are just being told they're going to be tax slaves for their entire lives. And all the political parties are pushing hardcore globalism. Like the big meme in Australia at the moment is the fact that we're an energy superpower, right? Like we export more gas than Qatar. We are like number one in terms of like coal and gas and hydrocarbon exports in those fields, not oil, but the others. We are an economic superpower. Australians should be the richest people on earth, given the size of our economy and the size of the population. And instead, we're amongst the poorest people on earth. Our children can't afford houses. The tax burden is absolutely astronomical. And so you've got this really weird dichotomy in Australia where if you're a shareholder of an international corporation, Australia is amazing. You know, your dividends every year are amazing. Australian economy is just humming along. Nobody is making you more money. But if you live here, right, you can't afford a family. You know, you just see your energy prices going up and up and up, and food prices going up and up and up and up. And the country is turning hard left. And it's really feudal. It's like the aristocracy of globalism love Australia. But the Australian people increasingly just want to burn it down and start again. And I think that's kind of like, that's the Achilles heel of globalism. It looks at countries as vehicles to generate profits for multinationals, and the people are kind of like an afterthought. And that shares a lot with the whole feudal period of human development, where it's like the serfs are just farm animals, and the way that you measure a country is you know, how fancy are the jewels on the elite.
Super chat. Majority of the world has aging population and falling birth rate. This isn't bad for the economy per se. It means a transfer of power to labor.
Well, yeah, that's terrible for like transfer of power to labor is
it's very good for labor.
catastrophic for the capitalists. But Toby, you were going to say something about what Gareth had said about tax on property, and you went on a tangent about the standards of living in Australia. But what was your answer?
The left is going to tax property.
Of taxing
the left is going to start taxing property in Australia, and they're going to do it everywhere because politically it's dynamite, right? It's like you have a whole younger generation who are being told you will never own a house, you can't have a family. If you say I'm going to tax the wealthy, everybody who has a house, I'm going to take it away from them, they will vote for you, right? Because that's burning everything down. That's like, you know, eat the rich. It's incredibly appealing to the younger generation, because the reality is that like there is more and more, there is an elite who own 10 properties, and there is an underclass who are being told straight up, you will work to pay tax and you will never own any. They are going to vote for whoever burns that system down, right? And understandably so as well, right? Like, and so democracy is going to become the big threat to globalism if it isn't already, because the democratic sentiment is going to be burn this down, right? Not there's no one's even going to bother articulating a positive vision for the future. It's just going to be the raw politics of envy and you know, take back what they think belongs to us, the people. And it's going to become like this historic struggle between the people and the people who own the nation and who treat the people as farm animals.
So
I'm not suggesting it's going to be any good, but this is what tends to happen.
I have just a comment.
Go on, Yasser. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's about what Gabriel said about language that kind of ticked me, triggered a little bit, because it's definitely exaggeration that these people who immigrate to your country will strip you from your language. They adopt the language, and this goes to in general what right side, and here I agree with Garrett actually, that's it just rhetorical right trick. It's basically how barbarians at the gates, this is how it's played out. Like since barbarians at the gates, we need to, because we are in danger, we need to accept all kinds of ridiculous policies, because barbarians at the gates. And this is usually exaggerated to such proportion that like all the norms, all the procedures, because procedures is bad, procedures is a left idea. So we have emergency, and we will do all kind of crazy stuff.
Well, to this of the barbarians of the gate at the gate, it's very useful to claim. It's very easy to call out, and warn about the barbarians at the gate when you're flooding your gates with barbarians. Like you send a plane and a boat to look for barbarians, and you put them at the gate, and then you say, "Oh, barbarians at the gate." And yeah, that's my concern. So, like about what Toby was saying, people are going to increasingly vote to burn the thing to the ground. Is that you harm the local population, the internal proletariat, in all sorts of ways, and on top of that, you flood them with external proletariat, and so you give them an external enemy that distracts them from how you're screwing them over. And that's pretty clearly what's been happening, not only in Europe and in USA. It's also been happening in South America pretty heavily, and so you create this distraction, and you exacerbate the problems on the same. It's like killing two birds with one shot.
My issue is only about like you as an individual can filter out in what's going on in information field, and kind of reduce this signal of barbarians at the gate on your own. Like you just can filter out all this bullshit for yourself. Like just have this taste of these tricks that politicians do. You can do it. It's easier. Like right have their own how to say smell or taste. Left they have own tricks. Like they have their own tricks, but like individuals need to kind of deliver this taste of what is rhetorical tricks right do and what rhetorical tricks left do, and just understand that is not real thing. It's not.
Individuals can develop capacities to overcome their circumstances, but the circumstances still are going to affect preponderance or a critical mass of the overall population.
Mass psychosis, like usually you need to drive mass psychosis, like you.
The capacity of one or two guys to surpass their circumstances and see through the bullshit, or pull themselves up by the bootstraps, or overcome the universal hatred that they're being thrown that they're being thrown at. But it's still going to affect the majority of the population, and it's still going to produce the desired result.
It's to some extent was like that. Like I have a question. My question is do you think is it become easier or harder with spread of information and internet?
Harder. But go on, Gareth. You want to talk for a while. You've been wanting to
Yes,
talk
thank
for a
you.
while.
So I want to. I have several points to make, but I'm going to take the opportunity to respond to this particular issue. First of all, in response to what Toby was talking about, demographic collapse, I don't think that's the reason for inward migration. It's because of capitalist growth. The machinery grows, the economy grows at a historically unprecedented rate. It's constantly in need of fresh labor. Especially because, as we all know, if price is governed by supply, then as the supply of labor falls off, then it will climb, etc., and a balance point is achieved. And the convention at the moment is that we should aspire for about 5% unemployment or something less than that. But thereabouts is considered stable. So about 1 person in 20 should be unable to work, so that the cost of labor doesn't get too carried away. But there is still, nevertheless, this constant growth of the demand for labor. And I think that that's sufficient to explain it. I don't think it has anything to do with elites or manipulation or grand plans about destroying society or anything along those lines. This is just capitalist profit seeking. That's all it is. The second thing I wanted to say is that I also noted that when Toby was talking about people revolting, he only referred to taxes. And I would say that being robbed by your employer is a far more significant factor. Humans produce far more value than they are ever allowed to take in their pay packets. And of that, a fraction we pay in taxes. We should be much more concerned about the capitalists robbing us right at the point of production than about taxes, which we agree to democratically. We don't agree to be robbed. Thanks. Done.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure if you're actually disagreeing with what I was saying. I also agree. I don't think that there's a huge conscious agenda. I think I call it globalism. You call it capitalism. Someone else might call it corporatism. But certainly, it is the control of the economy for the benefit of the people who own the most of it, and that's just one of those things about politics. It's if you have the money to influence politics, you're going to influence more than someone who doesn't have any money to influence politics. In a way, just broadcasting a radio signal costs money. So you either walk house to house telling people about your political vision, and you might be able to meet a few thousand people a month that can hear your vision, or you can buy the diesel and a diesel generator, and you can buy a broadcast tower, and you can generate the raw physical power to broadcast radio waves and reach millions and millions of people. Money equals political access. Money equals influence. And that's got more to do with physics than it has to do with political theory. And so those with money inevitably influence politics. And I think over time, it grows and grows and grows until you have the people at the very top who own the most, basically writing the laws and writing the rules. And at the moment, we call that globalism. We call it corporatism. And I think that inevitably that leads to the farming of human beings. And so you get caste structures, you get a reduction in social mobility, and you get people who are being told, this is what's good for you. You have very few freedoms. You're going to work to pay tax, and government becomes about funneling the money from taxation to the wealthy. And that's where, Gareth, I disagree with you in terms of like the exploitation of labor by the employer. It is actually hidden in taxation. So a small business person trying to exploit their labor, actually they're being driven out of existence by taxation. Small business people haven't got much scope to exploit their labor, but very large corporations, taxation actually benefits them. They get corporate welfare. And so their extraction of wealth from the labor they employ is through the vector of government, through regulation, through overtaxation. So I'm not sure that we're disagreeing on a huge amount here. But I definitely think that taxation is part of this system that strips the value of labor from the people who do it.
Can I
Yes.
just add real quick that I find it pretty, maybe it's ironic, but it's also hilarious that you consider capital, you of all people consider capitalism to be like some spontaneous thing that stumbles along, falling into certain places like world dominance, and like if it weren't something that is thoroughly studied and planned and oversought and projected to decades in advance, like there aren't people uh, studying how to extract maximum profit from the population and what are the best ways and means of doing that, both materially, as in demographically, as in culturally and socially, and so on and so forth. Like they just stumble into their spot, and then oh, great, we're making more money. Let's just keep on doing it, and if as if it wouldn't have been propped up ideologically by an extraneous effort of intellectual capacity and all forms of papers and theses and books, and also implemented by the tip of the gun, in a more material respect. So like the grounds for exploitation is something that requires a massive amount of investment, foresight, and planning to implement. It's not something that just drops into place.
I
Super
just
chat.
I just
Give
want
me a second.
to yeah, okay.
Give me a second. Just super chat. Secret lies enable the selfishness and corruption of the wealth and authority, which slavery and wars can end. Thoughts on ending legal secrets? So, Sergey.
Yeah, just a note about absolute evil as usually capitalism right now portrayed, and or globalism. I have two alternatives. Like if it's not capitalism, then usually if you not suggest something as an alternative, what happens, you roll back to previous stage, which is feudalism. Like if you don't like capitalism, then like there like previously alternative was like communism. Right now it's not like so popular, let's say, but generally speaking, previous stage was feudalism, and if you don't like capitalism, you will roll back to that. And another thing about globalism, right now we have some kind of globalism where we just speak and chat in Telegram, and all people across the world. This is some kind of kumbaya moment when everyone can share some kind of views, opinion, and so on. And I don't think it's evil by essence, like.
No, yeah, it's great actually, because like the children being blown to pieces in Gaza can live
Yeah,
stream
but
their
the people died in war before. I mean, it's kind of
No, it's
like
great that we can see it. It's an improvement.
to some extent that people can see it and can react it, and there is some how to say it came to crowd consciousness kind of, because you kind of was under impression that how to say, like without internet and without all these videos of people blown apart all around the world, you have this wrong impression about the world. And now you have kind of better model of the world, and that's not a bad thing.
I would agree with that. If I may go, I perhaps come back to that, but I first want to do agree with Toby about the farming of human beings, but disagree about it being recent, because I would point to just the ancient Egyptian pharaohs. You see them; they've got the symbols of their rule are a hook, a staff with a hook, and a whip. These are obviously instruments of herding. And so they make it quite clear from the front that they are the branches of humans. And they think of themselves as being the prime bull. The king thinks of himself as being the prime bull who gets to impregnate a herd of cows, basically, etc., etc. So that was all very top down. And indeed, the ancient history shows the development of law codes again and so forth. There's a good deal before that, but I'm getting at. But anyway, the point is that those are all top-down systems, and it's only the last couple of 100 years that we've had a development of bottom-up power. And contrary to Gabriel's argument about the changes in society being planned, I think the very fact that capitalist forces which were essentially Protestantism versus Catholicism had to fight a whole series of wars in order to achieve the primacy of capitalism and push out the old feudal regime. And so it's not the case that you do the ideological stuff first, or at least it does. It's not like, or at least that is what brings your support. But it's not something that you lay the groundwork and then execute like a plan. It's much more organic than that.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't believe in grand conspiracy theories because, like, having met a few very wealthy people, they're just not that competent. And also, they don't think in those terms. It's like I've never met a wealthy person who thinks in terms of, like, controlling other people. They just want to make more money. That's kind of it.
It's not about Jew controlling all the world.
Yeah, no, I'm not a fan of this theory. I'm really not.
It's like people plan wars. Don't exist.
No,
people
they're
stumble into that.
Yeah, but
there's no such thing as
they're not planning the war because they want world domination. They're planning the war so they can make money selling weapons to it. Right? It's all about making money. But I think that it's difficult to have these conversations because one person will use the word globalism and then another person will translate that into capitalism and equate it with feudalism. And these things are all distinct in their own way. So, the current corporatism and globalism that I see in the world could be reasonably argued to have nothing at all to do with capitalism. And what I mean by that is in the American Revolution, where they were throwing the tea out of the boats in the harbor of Boston and they were, getting rid of the wicked British king, their idea of capitalism was being free of feudalism. In other words, I want to be free to do my own business. And that was their conception of capitalism. But now in the modern day, there are people who will tell you that capitalism is corporate globalism, where the state is actually running a Ponzi scheme economy and tax farming populations in order to gift corporate welfare to these large corporations. In my view, that's got nothing to do with free market economics. Modern global corporatism is very much the planned economy. And when back in the dawn of time when I was at university, the definition of fascism, which was distinct from communism, was that both fascism and communism were planned economies, but fascism was when the corporations joined with the government to plan the economies and took the lion's share for themselves, whereas communism was when the state planned the economy and took the lion's share for itself. The thing is that these are all very idealistic and fuzzy as well, because, of course, the communists famously planned the economy and then took the lion's share and paid it to their international creditors, the bankers, which is one of those ironic things about historical communism, is that it actually served banking more than it did its own ideals. But the idea of fascism traditionally is what we have now today globally. Globalism is fascism. It's a planned economy of corporate welfare. And, you could be a capitalist who's really against that because you think these companies should go broke if they can't exist without corporate welfare. You want to burn everything down so that people can have a farm or have a small business because your idea of capitalism is like for the individual. And so, but in any case, that like, I think these words are inherently confusing because everybody has their own idea of what they mean. But
Yeah.
I think you can talk about corporate globalism without like branding it capitalism and therefore seeking communism as an alternative. Because I think that what we see is that communists everywhere are in love with corporate globalism.
Yeah. So I recently heard interesting note about Adam Smith, that he was not as such. You can correct me if I'm wrong, that he was more philosopher rather than economist.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And maybe I'm wrong. And
There's no such thing as an economist back then.
and his particular thing about invisible hand that will solve all the problems
Regulate the market.
by market. Yeah, it's kind of, I think this is the cornerstone of this liberal idea and the belief that government is essentially bad, and that market will solve our problems. And if everyone will go to profit maximization, eventually we will go to some better place.
Shut up, Vaughn. Why
Can
don't
you
you talk?
folks take turns? Say Vaughn.
I'm just saying that all
Say
this
it to my
idea.
face, Vaughn. Come and say it to my face, Vaughn. Hey, why?
I thought we were taking turns. He's
So,
just angry about the whole Thanos deep dive.
Wyatt, go on.
Okay.
Did I want to say anything? No.
I just some final thing that I will stop. That it's not that hard to have conversation about all these topics, and usually what I see that people try to just make a big mess of all these terms, like fascism, Nazism, communism, liberalism, socialism, or whatever. Like, we will just bring this in this big pile, shake it, and nobody understand what the fuck is going on. Sorry. Like, we have a lot of terms, and we cannot have any intelligent conversation. And but actually we can decipher what is going on. It just probably became less entertaining, probably a little bit boring, because it requires more time.
Speak for yourself, Sergey. Go on, Wyatt. You've been wanting to talk for a while.
Gareth.
Oh my God.
Thank you. So I, first of all, reject the claim that the Bolsheviks owed debt. Indeed, I struggle to imagine how an illegal political party could possibly have had any debts in any kind of legal sense, nor why any bank would lend them anything whatsoever. So I also want to say, though, that because there was an interesting relationship between two topics, which is that, first of all, it is true that Smith is a philosopher, in the sense that he's not a what we think of economics today is essentially a bunch of mathematical complexity, and we think that it's a mathematical discipline in essence, because that is how it is practiced. What Smith did was political economics. That is the analysis of social forms on the presumption that you can't organize how a society feeds itself without also organizing how power is structured in that society. So you can't make a division between politics and economics. I mean, if the Lord says that you have to farm this land and pay such and such a tithe, is that a political or an economic structure? Okay. But the way that economics became a mathematical discipline is from the 1970s, when von Mises and his Austrian school made a debunking. They think of the labor theory of value, which ended up saying that prices were themselves, more or less, I'm paraphrasing, well, I'm mocking it, but what that meant is that economics was a solved problem. All right, and the only thing that a government or any other agency would concern itself with is things like interest rates and balancing payments and so forth. It wouldn't concern itself with issues like the control that economics, like the fact that an employer can control your life. That's no longer a topic for discussion. And so politics moved away from discussing that kind of thing, that kind of labor politics, and became just about the managerialism of the quote unquote the economy, which is mostly just rich people doing rich people stuff. And then finally, terms and their usage. It is definitely true that there is a lot of confusion about terms, and a lot of people use terms in very deliberate different ways, and also in ways which I think are deliberately constructed. And there are some specific examples of that. And so, what I appreciated from Tony's contribution earlier was to acknowledge that these terms may be disputed and that we may have different assumptions about what we hear from them. And I think that if people, although there is this great confusion, if people in a direct conversation between each other take the time and trouble to clarify what they mean by their terms and how they're going to discuss the question, then they can still have a very useful debate. As long as you don't just go into pointing fingers and saying that such and such a dictionary definition means this, etc. That's really not fertile at all. Thank you, done.
Yeah, as long as people don't get offended, we can have a discussion.
So just recently, it was funny in the launch that how to say, like English left and American left, English right and American right is really different. They're not the same, and all across the world, the notion of left and right is kind of it's a spectrum, and usually people assume they're left and they're right, and this is why we have all this kind of. So before you start to raging, it's a little bit just try to understand what people mean by what they say. It's boring. It requires a lot of time.
It's a funny thing, because in Singapore, right, in our political speak, there is no such thing as left and right. Although, of course, politically there's left and right, right? Left is more progressive, right is more conservative. But no one in Singapore talk about politics in left and right terms. We only talk about policy, like specific policies. Some policies, people will more endorse. Some policies people dislike it more. And the policy can be a mix of leftist or rightist kind of policies, and we have both of them. So so in Singapore is a bit of a weird place. Like we don't have this kind of political divide in this kind of way. I only learned about left and right until I start to look into like American politics. When I start to learn about it, I was like, oh, there's this left and right thing. But it never exists in Singapore. Like in our public, like society speak. Like, of course, politically, people who learn about politics will know that, but generally we don't have that.
So when they say like that they're gonna give houses to the people, don't your countrymen get freaked out because you're gonna turn communists if you do that?
But that's what we do. So that's why they say Singapore is a weird place.
You're communists,
we have
man.
very socialist policies. We have public housing, and we have some kind of a national health system, which these are all very left-ish kind of thing. But then but our ruling party is actually considered center right. They are more conservative. So it's like, no, we are very strong on religion stuff. No, we are strong on we are anti-racial discrimination. No. We always trying to bring the different race and ethnic and religion together, and we are very protective. We are very nationalist, so that is very right. But then we also have very socialist policies. So Singapore is this mix between all the different policies. We just pick what works and then we put it together. So sometimes, you know, that's why, you know, for Singaporeans, when we look at foreign politics, like overseas politics, it get very confused, very confusing to us. It's like, why do people just keep insisting on a certain way, and even though it doesn't work, you know, like it doesn't make sense to Singaporeans. So, like, you know, we are very happy with our socialist policy. We're very happy with our, you know, healthcare. We have this subsidized healthcare, but then no, we don't like protest. We don't like to go to protest. We think it's a totally stupid thing to do, to go to march and protest, which does nothing. Like, either you go to election, you vote, and then you just accept whatever is going to come for the next 4 years, and that's not the Singapore way.
You have a policy buffet, you know, like a buffet of policies.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about like the Ukraine war very briefly on this topic of
we can change topic.
No, well, it's kind of
the comment section wants to die already. They can't stand us.
Yeah, so like the whole Western plan to defeat Russia was based on the very, very small size of Russia, and Russia was perceived as very, very small and weak because of a bunch of numbers on a spreadsheet. And it's kind of interesting to me because the numbers on a spreadsheet are believed by a lot of people to represent reality. And clearly the people that thought they were going to overthrow Russia believed that those numbers were a reality. As it turns out, Russia is not small and weak. And so you've got to wonder, like, well, what happened with the numbers on the spreadsheet? Well, here's some interesting numbers from some spreadsheets. Contrary to Gareth's assertion that the Bolsheviks weren't into debt, I mean, he's right in a way. When they first took power, debt was an ugly word. They repudiated it. They said that, public debt was an evil. It took them about like 6 months to start going around securing loans. The Soviet Union was not only in debt for its entire existence and paying interest to international bankers, it actually became a creditor to the whole of Eastern Europe after the Second World War and started actually practicing money lending. But nevertheless, I don't want to cast the Soviet Union as a big experiment in monetary policy. This is an interesting statistic. The Soviet Union collapsed in 1990, and everybody knows that like it collapsed because of its economic malaise. Its entire public debt, which was seen to be crushing, was $66 billion. So in other words, the entire debt of the Soviet Union when it collapsed could have been paid by, any number of capitalists in the world today out of their pocket change. So what does it tell you? It tells you that the value of money, these numbers on the spreadsheet, it's largely an illusion. The reason that Russia was perceived as being small and weak and easily defeated by Europe is because in Europe and also in America and increasingly in China now, everything is counted and put down on a spreadsheet and expressed as numbers and power. And this is our GDP is, of course, the great example of this. Every year since GDP was invented, people like find new things to include in the GDP, and so the GDP number grows, but nothing actually changed. It's just that they started to include new things when they counted it. And this is the numbers on the spreadsheet. Bankers do this when they create money. They will find value. They'll say, there's been value added here, so therefore we can lend out more money into the economy, and you get massive inflation in money. But underneath it all, you have titanium mines, you have coal mines, you have the vast expanse of the steppe, you have 150 million Russians going to work. And you might not be counting that on the spreadsheet, but it's still part of reality. And if you go to war with it, you're going to find out all about it. So I do think that like the West has really disappeared up its own spreadsheet in recent years. And this modern version of monetary capitalism, where you understand the world through the numbers that are thrown around on the corporate mass media, to me, it's a giant delusion. And we see that in the Ukraine conflict. The West, the leaders of the West truly believed that Russia was just going to fall over because Russia was small and weak. And so I think it's one of the wake-up calls of this entire conflict is that globalist corporatism is fascinated with numbers on a spreadsheet, and it kind of misses a lot of reality. How you doing, Vaughan? It's good to see Vaughan coming here to represent the American left and the workers' unions of wherever the fuck he's from.
So, just minor, maybe interesting story that, Second World War, they actually was not unprepared that Germany will invade and so on. There was a lot of understanding that it's coming, and before that, they actually they have some Americans going to Russia and help mining gold, and this gold was in reserve of Soviet Union, and Stalin did not even sell it during World War II. And thanks for American help with Lend-Lease. And this gold probably was used to rejuvenate, how to say, like, after the war was ended, they probably used this gold to stimulate the economy and so on.
Wasn't it Khrushchev who sold out the gold reserves?
I don't know, like it's another rabbit hole how Soviet Union go to bankruptcy and so on. It's all there is a lot of different ideas about that.
From Khrushchev, like the communist worker doesn't need gold, something like that.
Oh, I think it's
maybe I just
ridiculous. No. I mean, in general, they was. I think there is a lot of pragmatism was in Soviet Union, and people in the West believe that it was highly ideological. I think.
Ron,
he said too much. FSB got him. Gareth, go.
Thank you for your service.
Oh, thank you,
Sergey.
Unfortunately, I wish to speak to him, but okay. I want to say something, but this is also a reference to the topic that Gabriel brought up earlier about the development of capitalism and about the idea of spreadsheets and money, which is that stuff was all developed historically, the modern accounting system in the 15th century in Florence in Italy. It is the method by which the old, I mean, they weren't exactly old, pure aristocrats, but whatever, old money employed new methods in order to maximize the return on its investments. The original, for example, the idea of having shares came from aristocrats investing in shares in a ship, a merchant venture, which would then sail off to the East Indies and hopefully come back with a load of pepper or something like that, which they could make a fortune. All right. So this mercantile system developed all of the systems that we think of today as the capitalist method, like contracts, the primacy of money, the investment, and the, of course, banking. This is the famous origin of banking in Italy, and well, not origin, but anyway. And the point is that the systems that we have inherited were constructed for the specific purpose of these old aristocrats maximizing their wealth, hiring, buying, selling, turning their money into more money. Okay, naturally so, understandably. But what that means is that our whole system is constructed on the principle of concentrating money in the fewest hands, and it inevitably does so. Or the companies merge. Whenever there's a crisis, some companies go out of business and the survivors reduce the number overall. And it just goes on and on. And so thus, the richest families in Florence today are the same as the richest families in 1452, if I remember correctly. Money can guarantee you a genealogy, and that's what they did. That's what they used it for. Thanks.
Does anyone want to say something, or should I answer to Gareth? Okay. Yeah, like there's definitely a historical process, and it definitely predates the official birth of capitalism. But like, not discarding the idea that there are spontaneous phenomena occurring all the time, and that most of human design is conditioned by circumstance. Nevertheless, it is the design that defines his the material application of his will, and through that design, it is that humans achieve the results that they pursue. You don't like stumble into a gold mine and become a gold miner. You require a massive amount of planning and infrastructure and logistics to be able to achieve that. And once you do that, you can improve. And that's been like the history of civilization. They have been interacting with niches of resources and developing their capacity to exploit them, in the neutral sense of the word, and amongst them human resources as well. And that's been optimizing in that pursuit. However, there is clearly a distinction. Like, well, what Toby said earlier is true. It's hard to refrain the influence of money over a society. The money resources will have a preponderance over other opinions and wills in any society. However, there were societies throughout history that had specifically established laws and institutions that were meant to contain that undue influence, or in the words of capitalists, that like legitimate and best of all influences over the society, and that gave them a certain amount of stability for prolonged periods of time, like the Edo period in Japan, where they put the merchants at the bottom of the social class, and thereafter had hundreds of years of peace and stability until they were forced to reestablish the merchants, by gunboat diplomacy.
Well, yes, interesting that the merchants in feudal Europe were part of the peasant class, and they were seen as lower than peasants because they didn't sell the product of their own labor, but somebody else's labor. So your average sort of feudal knight in a castle had more respect for a peasant who was hoeing the fields, who actually was doing real work, than they did for the merchant who turned up every now and again with somebody else's stuff that he was just making a markup on. But then, go on.
Same with banks that do not till the earth, but just make profit out of lending money and then extracting wealth from other people.
Sure.
In,
Go on.
yeah, so just now you talk about that the traders are considered lower class than the peasants, right? That's actually literally the case in China as well. In ancient China, like ancient China always put farmers pretty high, and then traders, people who actually just trade, they don't produce anything. They are lower class than farmers, because the view is that these guys didn't produce anything. They didn't work hard. They only take other people's things and give it to another person and take profit. So, but these people are rich. But these people are rich. The traders are rich. But they look down on the traders because they feel like in ancient times, these people, yeah, they don't produce things, but they are still powerful and rich. Like the I think the lords and whatnot still work with them because they got money, right? So yeah, and I think previous open mics, I think we talked about this before. Like these traders that was despised in the past is now becoming the elites of the world, and that probably contributes certain problems, because traders tends to be a bit more not nationalistic, that whatever drive more profit, they'll go for it, which is why they started to drive this globalism trend. I think that makes sense. Yeah, in that sense, it makes sense. So just super chat.
Yeah. Okay.
I have arrived, Iranian Putin said. Welcome. And he already start giving presents. 5 DPA Open Mic memberships. Thank you, Iranian Putin.
All hail Iranian Putin for his capitalistic support of DPA.
It's weird that I defend globalism and traitors, but the utility is that obviously, even if you look at this current multipolarity idea, this embraces trade to some extent, because countries are on different stages of development, and obviously trade happened doesn't matter what we want or don't want, and this is usually because one have something that other needs and so on, and it's solved by trade, and it's beneficial for everyone. If you go completely nationalistic or isolationist, what it usually means that at the current state of global economy, it means that smaller states and less developed states basically will be in how to put it, close to survival mode if they will be cut from global economy. So they depended on globalism, on global trade, and
Bruh.
yeah.
Bruh.
About
Your mic is
Iran
not
for a sec.
working. Oh, yeah, he's working now. He's working now.
Can I talk about Iran for a sec?
Yes, we
Sure.
can change topic.
Yeah, I find it interesting with the negotiations between America. I wonder if Trump's gonna get a deal with it and try and relieve some of the sanctions of Iran, because then he can sort out the big problem in the Middle East and Iran not having nukes. He can calm down Israel and stuff like that. I think it would be good if he takes a deal, but it's just the people in his camp. I feel like people stir stuff most of the time, so it's kind of hard for him to get stuff done. I've noticed he's kind of indecisions of like choosing which side to go for.
Well, if you take the what was it, the Rand Corporation, or the plan for American Century, then all the negotiations with Iran are a way to justify a war. So, like, first you have to negotiate so that when you either sabotage the negotiation or you put conditions that are unable to be fulfilled or accepted by the other side, then you can like justify, oh, we, like, similar to what's happening with Russia right now. Like, we tried to negotiate, but they were unreasonable, and so now we have to escalate. But that's not necessarily going to be Trump's policy, but it is sort of the pattern. And maybe he really does want to make a deal and de-escalate in that area. But then again, the whole hostility towards Iran is completely artificial. There's no justification for it. Like, yeah, Iran supports the Houthis and Ansar Allah. No, those are the Houthis. These guys from Lebanon. I can't remember their name right now. Hezbollah.
Hezbollah.
And so you could argue that, yeah, both Hezbollah and the Houthis are like enemies of the United States that are being sponsored by Iran. But the fact of the matter is that these are like territorial defense groups that are trying to stop invasion into their lands. In the case of Ansar Allah, they're trying to stop the invasion from Saudi Arabia. And in the case of Hezbollah, they're trying to stop the invasion from Israel. So it's still like a matter of self-defense. It's not actually like an invasive force or an aggressive policy towards the USA. So like the whole conflict with Iran in and of itself is artificial. It's propped up to be able to justify conflict in the area, which is the strategy of the empire. Like they want conflict in that area so that they can take over more influence and control, and also keep a threat on their puppet regimes. But yeah, like I don't think the USA is in the condition right now to face a war with Iran, and it's being like ever more proven so, especially with the situation in Yemen. And so I still think that even though like the whole deep state American policy is bent over backwards to try to get at Iran, the fact of the matter is that there's a slightly more rational administration, and therefore they're probably realizing their material capacities and are going to have to back down to regroup and reconstitute. Go on, Commander Wire.
Yeah, because what you just said, just like let me reminder that it seems like there is some kind of a plan. Like we all heard of this, this conspiracy, this plan where United States wanted to destabilize a series of countries. There's a whole list of them, and then they started to do one by one, right? They go to Afghanistan, then they go to Iraq, then they go to Syria, Libya, and it seems like the deep state is still committed to this plan. They're still trying to take out Iran, trying to take out Russia, but this is totally ignoring the whole geopolitical change that have swept across the world. Like the world is a different place from when that plan was formulated. Like it's a different world. But then there's some people, they're still very hell-bent on following the plan. Like when the plan was formulated, Russia was a totally different kind of country. Like it was corrupted, very fractured. It's like on the verge of collapse, that kind of thing. Then and now it's like Russia is a very different place, but they still continue to try to defeat Russia somewhat, and it's failing. And with the changing geopolitical scene, it's like there is no reasons to take down Iran. Like it wasn't that kind of war anymore. Like even Saudi Arabia have abandoned the entire radical or extremist interpretation of Islam. They now go super moderate. It's like the world have changed, and I find that very interesting, Gareth.
So thanks. I disagree in the sense that I think that plan. I mean, what we've seen hasn't mapped exactly to it, but it's pretty close. But I don't think that plan is. Well, I think that plan is a response, an attempt to forestall a new world from happening. This is America's attempt to retain its dominance by force. It knows that it is being outgrown, so it has to prevent the rest of the world from growing, and it's clamping down. And finally, sorry, but Aditya, I dislike the term deep state, as you know. You're really talking about the US foreign policy establishment. They don't have to conceal their activities. Americans don't care about foreign policy. if the Defense Department tells that the Viet Cong are bad and they're bad, they all believe it. They all believe it. The next time they'll tell it, and the next time, and the next time. There's no need to conceal your global conquest aspirations from American citizens. They love that shit.
Well, you don't need to conceal them in the sense that they literally publish their papers on foreign policy. But you do conceal it in the sense that people aren't going to look there. They're just going to look at the news and whoever is the pundit that is in vogue, and therefore, like, you can hide it in plain sight by publishing the paper, but saying weapons of mass destruction in Iraq on the main news channel. And that's how you conceal it to the American people. So you justify sending their kids to die in battle um, by putting the excuse on the mainstream media, while as on the more special interests media, you put the real story. And I think that that's a function of power. It's like it has to do with elite theory also. Like, how do you organize your strategy? How do you spread your orders from top down? You publish it, but you publish it in the places where only the administrator class and the executive class looks, which is things like the economists and the Rand Corporation, or um, the think tanks. Like there's Institute for the Study of War and so on and so forth. And so you have these separations of information, and they're both open, but which one gets to the people and which one doesn't. And that's how you conceal it. It's pretty easy.
Sure. Again, I agree with that, but I don't know of any circumstance where the American populace has been at the start hesitant for a military operation. They're always enthusiastic for it, and after the fact, sometimes they think again. Go.
First World War, Second World War, Vietnam War. There's always a massive.
I'll accept first and second. It was a foolish argument. Yes, you're right.
There's always a massive media preparation, and usually there has to be some type of false flag event or justification to prompt the American public into action, like into the actual acceptance of the war. But usually the population is pretty much against.
9/11.
No, but that's exactly the point. Is that the public they know that they can do that stunt because they know they will always be believed. They will never be questioned. Okay, and so I also wanted to say, if you are one of these procedural wonks, and you published your intentions, you farmed it out for comment, wouldn't you be within your rights to think that you have the consent of the governed as far as it goes? I mean, procedurally, this is not a deception. It may well be that most people don't pay attention to this stuff. Maybe they should. It's certainly the case that the media can choose where to put its emphasis. And I would like to say that I don't think that America is a universal model of how this works. Certainly, I think there is much more attention to these things in Britain. But that's be that as it may. All I'm arguing against is the idea of this being some kind of deliberate deception that is perpetrated. I think there are definitely interest groups, but none of those interest groups deny that they're interest groups, and they don't conceal what they're doing, and they basically have a stamp of approval from the general public.
Well, that's a. Oh, sorry. One short thing, and I'll let you go. That's a common phenomena in institutionalized corruption. Is that you don't have corruption once it's institutionalized. Like when a country has stringent laws against corruption and all that stuff, then you have corruption because you know that these people are mobsters and they're breaking the law, but they don't get caught. Once you have regulations in place that allow you for like all that form of embezzlement and traffic of influence and so on, then it's no longer considered corruption. Ergo, your country is free of corruption. Go on, bro. Sorry.
Gareth, I'd like to push back on what you said earlier about the US people don't care about what happens around the world. Well, one of the reasons we voted for Trump is to stop all these forever wars. So I kind of disagree with you. But one thing I will say is Trump, he needs to get the deal signed if he's really up to if he really said he's going to stop these forever wars and stuff. But yeah, that's just my opinion.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I kind of feel that it's more the case that they're saying, look, I don't want to hear about this stuff. I just want to go and get my latte and my hair done, just as I said during COVID. And, you know, just don't bother me with this shit. I don't think that this is a sincere movement against American warmongering. I don't think they are opposed to American bombs tearing children limb from limb in Palestine. I don't think they object to any of that. They just don't want to hear about it on the news, really. Thanks.
Toby looks so different with that webcam. That's a totally different person. Who are you? You're not real.
Does this mic work?
Who are you and where's Toby
Yeah, you
Stewart?
work. But
Who are you and where's
are
Toby
you
Stewart?
AI? Are you
No,
AI?
I'm at work.
You look so different, you know, with a different webcam. Oh my freaking god. I wouldn't have recognized you on the street. Shit.
Good thing you got your name there, Toby. Now you can deceive us.
Yeah.
So
Did you want to go
so
over or... Oh, sorry.
so talking about this like geopolitical change, like I feel like like going back to my early point, like 2 hours ago, like the Trump picking Middle East is very indicative of that very different mindset about how he views the world and how the foreign policy should be for United States. Like if you look at Biden's first trip as president, he went to Europe, he went to Switzerland, and whatnot. But when Trump is different. On both times, he views Middle East as more important, and maybe it's a signal, like he views Middle East as the partner, whereas he don't feel the need to visit his subordinates, like the European countries, Canada, all this is like the subordinate to the United States. There's no reason to visit these countries. These countries will follow United States no matter where United States go. But he chose Middle East. Like that's the kind of signal that I get. And I'm surprised that for the second term he did exactly the same thing. He go to Saudi Arabia first, and this time around he go to Qatar and UAE, which is these three combined are the front runners to the new Middle East. These three countries are investing the most into the future of Middle East, and now when you reflect that with Israel, suddenly Israel's corner of the Middle East now look like a backyard. It looked like a junkyard. That is the most messy and dirty part of Middle East right now. Like if you look on the other side of the Middle East, where you have the Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia, it's like, oh, these are the glittering, forward-looking countries.
Beautiful.
And Israel is like this messy, war-torn, like endless violence place that in part of the
disgusting place. Yeah.
Yeah. And this reflection is quite shocking, because when you look at the footages coming out from Middle East where the Trump visited, it's like, wow, it's like just beautiful. They escorted his plane, his Air Force One with fighter jets and all the cultural thing, the massive deals that they're giving to the United States. Whereas on the Israeli side, all they're asking for more aid, more military aid. Then everything they talk about is just violence and violence and violence. So, yeah, Toby.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting the way Trump has treated Israel recently, and I think this has all got to do with Netanyahu. Trump has never been great friends with Netanyahu, and the reality is that Netanyahu's got criminal proceedings against him, and when the war ends, he's finished. He's very much like Zelensky, and it's kind of surreal that like the ambition of one man can lead to the slaughter of thousands for convenience. But that's the ugly reality of warfare and politics. I think that Netanyahu, it's not just, on the global stage where he's becoming untenable. It's also inside Israel. There's massive protests inside Israel. There's a huge amount of protests from Jews across the world about him. and I think that Trump doesn't want to be associated with the loser. I don't think he likes him personally, and I think that Netanyahu's basically out of control. So like that. It's a really interesting development going on there, because I think that Netanyahu is either going to survive because his faction basically, becomes a dictatorship in Israel, and exists contrary to law and contrary to the will of the people, in a state of perpetual war, or alternatively, he's going to get taken down. But I'd incline to think towards the latter. But you make a good point about like the difference between the two Middle Easts. It's like Israel's kind of out of date. Israel is
like in the Bronze Age.
Geopolitics. The Middle East has moved into like a new age, and I also think like the whole war with Iran thing is very, very out of date. I can't see there's any purchase for that in the world. I don't think anyone's
think about it. I mean, in Western news, it's been for the last 20 years, Iran's months away from a nuclear weapon. Like every couple months, it's a new months away, days away, weeks.
And I have to say, I told you so. A few months ago, when at the beginning of the Trump administration, I already said Trump is not going to work with Israel. In the kind of people way thinking of way, like people keep saying that Israel is controlling the United States. But if you now look at the real situation right now after 3 months, when I say that it's not the case at all. They are two separate countries. They have their own interests and foreign policies. And now you can see, United States is moving actually away from Israel. The only thing that they are still tied together is just that the United States is still providing military aid because this is a military ally. That's why they have to do it. But if you look at the moves that Trump is taking, is literally abandoning Israel behind. Like even with Gaza, he just surprised Netanyahu. He said, "Oh, it's going to come under United States control." I don't even think that he actually consulted Netanyahu at all. Like he's basically just throwing him under the bus, and then you can see that Netanyahu is like making sure that that is not going to be the case. Like he's still bombing Gaza until today. Like what's there to hit? I'm not even sure what they are trying to kill.
Hey, is that true? Is that true? Those Chinese planes dropped aid, or is that fake?
Chinese planes dropped aid. I'm not sure. I didn't see.
They showed a video where these Chinese like C-17 copies basically were flying over Gaza, and they were dropping all this parachuted aid, and they were being escorted by, I guess, Chinese fighters. But I don't know if it was real or not. I mean, look, if it's AI, it was pretty.
It looked real to me.
Yeah, I mean, you know what I'm talking about. You saw it. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if they had a bunch of fighters with them.
So according to Grok fact check, they say that this is false news. They say that this is the Egyptian-Chinese military drill in 2025, nothing to do with Gaza.
Okay.
There's no way they can fly into Israel without getting shot down by Israel. Like no foreign planes can enter Israel without like sovereign permission. That's why no one dares to go into Israel to save the Palestinians, because that's like invasion. You don't fly into another country without permission.
I figured the Israelis must have allowed it to happen, because I saw the footage of the planes dropping the aid too, but I think I only saw that one place. So that sounds like one of those X things that people put out there to get clicks.
So the video that you saw the parachuting aid, the fact check says that is from October 2024, and it's a C-17 USAF dropping aid. It's reused and actually propagandized as China.
So Vaughn's spreading fake news on this platform. Shameful.
No, the thing is, this is the thing about the modern age, and there is a lot of this kind of propaganda and fake information. And nowadays, the trend I saw is that there is a lot of pro-China kind of propaganda or misinformation that came out. Like for example, Pakistan shoot down X number of Indian planes. Until today, we cannot really actually verify per se. Like there's a lot of rumors all over the place, but it's not verifiable. Like they shot down Rafale. The Chinese even in China, they started to paint the pictures of the different planes on their J10, which is kind of funny. It's like, come on, you don't have to be so desperate. Come on, it's not your plane that shot it down, you know. Like, Gareth.
Thanks. I'm going to be off very shortly anyway. But yes, it's been very interesting to see the Chinese reaction. They're quite pleased to have seen the effect of their aircraft. It's true that it's quite surprising that we don't, well, not really surprising, but it remains a mystery exactly how many aircraft were shot down. And I also actually haven't seen any discussion of whether or not the pilots were killed, which is a thing I'm quite interested in because I'm quite surprised by how many pilots have been killed in Ukraine. I thought that these aircraft had like early detection systems and automatic ejection and so forth. You know, I expected it to be better, and so it's something I've been aware of. So I'd be curious to know whether there were successful ejections in these.
If you watch History
shootdowns.
Legends' last video, he did what he called a comprehensive breakdown. And, you know, the best he could assume was 3 planes got shot down, and that was the best he could guess. And it sounded like all the pilots survived because they all went down over Indian-controlled territory or administrative territory. At least that's the theory. So,
because based on my understanding of India, you know, if you have the pilot dying, you're gonna have a massive state funeral. There's not a lot of fighter pilots for the size of the country. You know, the population is ridiculous. It's over 1 billion, and then you only have that many fighter pilots. Each of them is a hero in the eyes of the Indians. So it's like the knights, you know, in the medieval age. So for someone like for a pilot to die, they were gonna get a massive state funeral. No, they die for the country. But we don't have this kind of thing. So which is why I have my doubts. You know, at least even if the plane shot down, the pilot probably didn't die. So that's how I look at it.
Yeah, in the cases where we see a recognition of a downed plane, then they can say that the pilot survived. But now we don't have a recognition of a downed plane, and therefore there's not going to be any type of confirmation whether it survived or not. But beyond that, the mechanics of surviving, like of engagement, weapon engagements to a fighter aircraft, they're like, it doesn't matter how much security systems you can put into the aircraft. Toby, your typing is hilariously loud. No matter how much security measures you put into an aircraft, it's you know, you're in a tinfoil can at max speeds with all sorts of flak ordnance. It's crazy out there. It's not easy to survive. And pilots who do survive get injured. You know, like there's always this like joke that they're when they're ejected from the plane, they're a couple of inches shorter because of the jet propulsion of the ejection seat. So like it compresses them and makes them shorter.
This is something that may be interesting. I recently saw some sort of like reenactments of the engagement in India conducted in DCS, which is a game called Digital Combat Simulator. And when I say game, I really mean that in the sense of like a model railway, that kind of thing. It's really for hobbyists. And I certainly learned something new from it, which is that these modern missiles, the PL-15, don't fly point to point like the old Sidewinder type missiles. These beyond visual range, they climb to very high altitude, and then they come down on their target from above. They are practically undodgeable. And they're moving very fast. Anyway, I'm done.
This one is Upgrade gave it to me. It's from Switzerland. It's a very sweet caramel thingy where nobody wants to eat because it's too sweet for them. Only I eat.
It's specifically for my city, even. So sweet. You eat like 10 spoons of sugar, basically.
Everybody that tried it, I gave it to like my family and friends to try, and everybody was like, "Oh my god, it's so sweet," and then everybody just gave up. They only ate one. Like they said, no. Toby, you're muted. I just now mute you because of your typing. Sorry. You're still muted.
Yeah, the India-Pakistan thing, it's over, right? It's finished. We've called that a wrap. Because I think like that must be one of the like smallest conflicts given the size of the participants, because there's like 1.5 billion people on one side, 250 million, quarter of a billion on the other side. You're close to 2 billion people here in a conflict. And
It's
I
an
think the
Indian-Pakistan
total
thing.
casualties is like fewer than 100, including civilians. So you're talking about like a casualty ratio of like 1 to 20 million.
But almost all their wars are like this, no? Like all the Indian-Pakistan wars are like super short. Like they, especially like the last one also looks exactly the same. Like air battles, then after that they give up.
There were millions of people killed in the partition when it was created. It was huge bloodletting. And so that, but because of that, because of the horrific numbers of people, like that's always been the fear that we're going to see like a return to that kind of carnage. But really happily, yeah, this thing fizzled out.
Trump claimed credit though.
Loss of life.
Do you believe it? Trump claimed that he caught both sides, and then he talked to them about trade and I'm not sure, maybe sanctions and tariff. If they do not stop, I'm not sure. They say let's talk about business, let's talk about no trading, and then they said money, then they stop. So.
I totally believe that Trump took the credit for it.
I believe Trump is the peacemaker, right?
Did you see he gave
trying to rewrite history. We all know India and Pakistan were about to launch the nukes, and then Trump stepped in and saved the world.
Did you see how he gave MBS?
Trying to muddy the waters.
Did you see how he gave MBS a nickname when he was giving a speech at the end? He's like, "Come on, Johnny, stand up." And Prince stood up and was like, going thank like that. So I guess that's his nickname, Johnny.
Well, MBS is a well-known Johnny.
Oh, I'm sure.
Who's making
Toby? Is Vaughn's background. Toby, everybody is shocked by your new camera. Like everybody cannot recognize you. It's like, what happened to Toby? Everybody in the chat is asking it. It's so funny.
The clone is just slightly off.
But let's say if we take we give Trump the benefit of the doubt. Trump's phone call might actually be that excuse for them to de-escalate, because if you have to understand that both sides cannot de-escalate, they cannot just stop and not retaliate each other, because they're doing one after another, right? They're retaliating against each other, and then they're escalating, and they cannot stop, because if they stop they will look like they are losers. Like Donald Trump's phone call might actually give them that excuse to it's because of Donald Trump's call so we stop. So it might be that if you give Trump the benefit of the doubt, like that makes sense to me. So
okay, it wasn't the president of Switzerland who made peace there, was it?
I'm going to tell you guys what really happened. What really happened is that Trump was starting to look pathetic with his Russia-Ukraine negotiation shtick, and so he told his secret militias in Pakistan to do a terrorist attack on India, and he told India to do an attack on Pakistan, and that he's going to call them and make peace so that he could save face, and that if they do that, he's going to do great trade deals with them. The best trade deals in the world, and so they did, of course, because they wanted the trade deal.
You're like 5 years old, Gabriel. I don't.
It's gonna be a huge deal. We have a huge terrorist attack. They have a huge war.
Toby, you might think that he's cynical for doing that, but you have to understand he really had to save face. He was starting to look like a loser. He can't look like a loser. So it was necessary. It was all for the sake of the greater good.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, up we go.
I don't think Trump looks like a loser. He looks more and more like a winner.
Oh yeah, that's exactly my point. He now looks like a winner. He
but
made the
not just
peace.
because of India, Pakistan, right? It's because we
No,
want
no,
Trump to see
no.
the business things going on, right? This is the interesting part. That's the interesting part, what's going on, right? Because if you see the European Union, instead of concentrating themselves on economy, they concentrate on grandstanding and losing time and making their people suffer more and more. And he is just the opposite, right? He is thinking positively. He wants to do business, like Wyatt says, right? He want to make money, you know, and that's basically America, right? America is a money-making machine. So that's a perfect president, you know, for this kind of country. Maybe in Europe it's gonna be a little bit different, but Europe now is fucked, man. I just been to Eurovision right now, and I see we are fucked, man. It's finished. You know?
Who won? Who
This
won?
was a great continent, but now I was just there for business, you know, and
Wait, who won? Who won Eurovision?
Austria. Almost the Jews won. Almost the Jews. The Jews won almost 2 points.
Ah,
Well, it was horrible. All songs were horrible. I don't. I was just there to drink, you know.
oh, you get to drink there.
For free. I was in like private lounges, you know, up, you know, there, and you could see
Wow.
everything, you know, and was nice. But I mean, like, I could have spent better to watch football, you know, than to watch this bullshit. I lost the football, you know. But,
From a scale of 1 to 10, how gay is the Eurovision this year?
this year, I think it's a little bit less gay because I heard from people who are inside the
So you're not watching it?
part, they said that last year was so gay and so provocative, you know, and Switzerland is a pretty much conservative country, right? So they said you need to put it down, you know, because last year I heard that one guy, he came out of an egg naked, you know, and in Switzerland is like, what the fuck, you know? Maybe just put it a little bit down. Don't go crazy.
I know you're trying to say that to make us feel better, but in the end, we all know that Switzerland doesn't exist.
Jesus, Gabriel, why did you pick up this shit, man?
This is coming from an Argentinian.
It was funny though with Austria. It was funny. It was funny. I must give it to you. No, it was not nice, man. Don't. I don't know.
How the hell do you attend Eurovision and not watch it at all? Like, no, you don't even know how gay it is.
No, really, it was very
Why
gay. But
are you
I
gay?
don't know. Business can
So-
be done everywhere.
Upgrade, is it correct? I should know this for sure, but because I live there. But isn't the national animal of Switzerland the bear? Baron?
If the bear is the national animal of Switzerland.
Is
Nah,
it? Well, they have
Actually,
Bern.
no,
is
it's
the capital.
more like the
squirrel.
It's a unicorn. Everyone knows that it's a unicorn because it doesn't
Gabriel.
exist.
Well, no, hang on. Listen,
last open mic the same.
listen, Upgrade. What is the national animal of your country?
Wait, I need to check how it's called in
You
German.
don't know.
It doesn't even know. See, it doesn't exist.
It's called-
I'm telling you.
I know what it is.
In English.
I know what it is. It's a gerbil.
Everyone knows
Probably
their
a species
national
of
country
mountain goat.
animal. So only a country that doesn't exist has citizens that don't know what their national animal is.
Do you know your national animal, Gabriel? What is your national animal?
The capybara. Come on.
Of course, it's the capybara. What's your
Really?
problem?
Capybara is like the king of rodents. The Argentinians have great pride. You know.
Yeah,
So
I never
it's
knew.
also a very friendly
Violated.
creature by all accounts. But listen, I'm going somewhere with this analysis, right? Like, I don't ask questions without purpose. And when I ask you what is your national animal as a Swiss man, right? Like, I'm perfectly aware that you probably don't know, which is very European, right? But also, you must know the legend of your capital city, Bern, and how it was
Bern is
named.
the bear, but
right?
it
it
doesn't
was
mean
named
they
after
have
the bear.
other cantons who have different.
I just I just Googled what is the national animal of Switzerland. They say it's the cow. No, the reason is because there is actually no official animal for Switzerland, which is why he don't know. So they say that, but the cow is the most associated with the country. The grazing cows on the background of the Alps.
Yeah. So like, here's the thing.
So it's not. So you're not a real country. There's no.
A bear, which is a very manly.
I told you.
Isn't the problem with Switzerland?
But then it's like, are there even any Swiss bears left? Are there any bears in Switzerland, or do you have to have occasionally a problem?
Hey, come on, Toby. You know, there's a certain type of bear still in Switzerland.
Well, the story behind the capital's emblem, right, Bern, is that when the settlement was risen there in this area, the first animal who was killed was a bear. So that's why they have this emblem.
Also, so it's not their national. So the bear isn't their national animal; it's their national enemy.
But
well, they don't have any bears, right? So this is why I say this is like
because they eradicated the
bears in Switzerland.
They
killed them
they have all
like
these stories about the past.
Yeah, this
lions,
is savages.
bears, and fierce masculine animals. Well, they don't have any, right? And so they all pretend that they don't have a national animal, right? And they go to Eurovision and watch gays.
Bobby,
and do you know that
this is kangaroo? What are you talking about, man? Kangaroo.
No, but the thing is,
it's not even real.
But Gabriel also don't know his national animal. The national animal for Argentina is actually a bird. It's a songbird called the Rufous hornero.
That's
a songbird.
That's true. That's true, Wyatt. The hornero, it's a bird that makes a house out of mud. That's why it's called hornero. Hornero means like ovener. Horno is oven, and hornero is like the particular subject of oven. It's he who makes ovens. And so they make ovens, they make little caves out of mud, and they're on the light posts and on the houses. They're really cute. But everyone knows that the real national animal is the capybara.
Oh, is that why the Germans migrated to Argentina?
Yeah, because that's where they have the bird that makes the ovens.
The ovens.
That's not a national. Like the people's animal is the capybara.
That is the oven.
Yeah, that's the bank.
They make the little oven.
Right, show us the Swiss cow. I want to see the Swiss cow.
Okay. Okay, wait. I need to turn off first.
For sure.
I need to turn off first. I do not know what kind of suggestion will come out. I cannot let you see my porn. It's very dangerous. You do not know what the hell will come out. Of the such suggestion.
What types in bear and all kinds of stuff comes up. What I feel.
Okay, Swiss cow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, the Swiss cow actually wear hats. No.
Yes, they have hats.
Oh, yeah.
And they also do. They also do the yodeling.
But isn't
we
the
just
problem,
had it tonight.
Isn't the problem with Switzerland? You've got three nationalities. You've got the Italians, you've got the Germans, and the French.
Yep.
And the Romansh.
All the counties, and they've got police. They've got like the French writing, and then they got Italian and the cars, Fiats, and all that. So that's
and they also have the Vatican Guard, right?
Yes,
there's also the fourth, the Romansh in Graubünden.
We protect the Pope. Be grateful that we protect the Pope.
Yeah, I just came from the mass.
You pagans, we protect the Pope.
Yeah. I just
USA.
I just say thank God I'm Catholic. Just came from mass here in Sydney. So there you are.
Mm-hmm.
There you are.
Yeah. Are you happy with the selection of the Pope? The new Pope is a MAGA Republican.
The
Well,
USA guy.
we're trying to politicize.
They call it. They're going to call it Madigan City.
It's gonna be huge.
It's gonna be huge.
Even though it's a very small place, but it's gonna be huge.
I saw a guy in Switzerland on the cow thing. driving to work one day, I saw a Swiss farmer washing his cow. I thought it was just the most Swiss thing I'd ever seen. Like in Australia, we don't wash our cows.
I think Wyatt sent a,
In Australia, you don't wash yourselves, so much less than cows.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
I think you've confused me for a Britisher.
Oh yeah, maybe so.
Gabriel, you have to understand it's very hard, in the southern hemisphere, the water flows upwards, It's very hard to bathe when the water just fly into the sky,
Do you even have beaches?
but
Like,
Wyatt,
people-
it was a good meme what you sent last time, with how the French people see themselves, how the rest of the world sees it, and how it's actually are. And Toby is like this, how the people see the Swiss, right, in the mountains, with the cow and with the, and doing their shit in the mountains. But actually, it's most of the
Yodeling.
time in suits, in the bank, and just counting money. That's it.
Yep.
Growing jobs,
Mm.
Oh, sorry, Toby, we were interrupting you
Yeah,
a
it's
lot
this.
with your
Exactly this one. Yeah.
point about the.
Yeah. How French see France is Napoleon. Then after that, everybody just see,
That's so true. That
I
is
don't know
so
what's that called, the person with the prison shirt or army shirt, if you are Russian,
No, it's the meme. The meme. Sure.
Yeah. So
That's a good one. I like that one. Yeah, it's reality.
for us this year,
It's not reality. But
You've all read this, the Camp of the Saints by that French author, I presume. You haven't heard of that book?
yeah.
Oh,
We only read Wikipedia and CNN. You are too well read to compared to us. I forgot just now what we were talking about. After we suddenly got detracted to talking about Eurovision and whatnot.
We were
Did not
going
do
down the
fun,
rabbit
man. Did
hole
not
of
do
the
the fun.
emasculated European man, but I'm happy to say hi, Voz.
no, I remember we were bashing Switzerland and I was defending it. So that's
Oh, since
Toby
Von is
attacked
here, we should talk Ukraine, right? Russia Ukraine peace talk.
Yeah.
So Russia Ukraine peace talk. I saw Zelensky. Is it Zelensky or someone say that they're very unhappy that the Russians are not giving good faith, putting good faith in the peace talk because they don't agree to ceasefire. No, so sad. Upgrade.
Yeah, Wyatt, I wrote you this message. You remember where I asked you, is it true that the Russians delegation said in case the Ukrainians wouldn't agree to what they proposed, that the 4 regions, NATO, and so on, that they, if they reject that, then if the Russians push on, they will ask for at least 5 to even 8 regions. Is that confirmed? Is this just rumors?
Should be rumors. I don't think the Russians will ever review their plans. No, so this is, I think it's rumors.
Well, on Twitter, what they said was the Ukrainians said that when the Russians were leaving, the Russians said that they would take 5. And then the Russians tweeted that actually that's wrong. They said they would take 8. But it just sounds like trolling to me.
Yep.
I mean, they probably will take 8 in the end.
We still got the summer of love coming.
Have you guys seen the shenanigans going on between Hungary and Ukraine? So Ukraine arrested a bunch of folks that they called spies. They said these Hungarians were spying on their troop movements and planning for an invasion of Ukraine to take back this territory that Hungary considers Hungarian. And that whole thing's very weird because, like, if Hungary wanted to know the troop dispositions in Ukraine, they could just ask NATO, so like why they would be doing it. It's all very weird. And anyway, a couple of days ago, Hungary just arrested the ex-foreign minister from Ukraine and accused him of spying against Hungary. So there's basically like the diplomatic gloves have come off and Hungary and Ukraine are really going at it in terms of treating each other as hostile nations. And I think more and more we're seeing this kind of like in Poland as well. Part of the Polish media is trying to pretend that things are good and that the exhumation of bodies in Volhynia is going well. But at the same time, there's a lot of tension between Poland and Ukraine. And it really seems to me that like NATO's main focus now is what do we do after the peace? Like the NATO is not really concerned about a Russian invasion. They're way more concerned about the peace creating this huge body of very armed, very sort of experienced soldiers who feel like they've been stabbed in the back and who will probably engage in cross-border raids or every kind of shenanigans and crime. And they may be doing it inside the EU, right? So like the EU's now got a containment problem if there is peace. And so I think we're going to hear more about that as well. All of the neighboring countries with Ukraine are now openly in dispute with the Ukrainian government and getting quite hostile as well. So I think that's actually like a really big obstacle to peace that no one's talking about, is like Europe doesn't want to deal with a Ukraine that's not at war with Russia.
There was a rumor that the Hungarian military was moving close to the border, some military exercise kind of thing. After that, they went back to camp. But there was this pro-Russian account that was who told me that Hungary is now consulting with Russia regarding a possible invasion into Ukraine to take back the ancestral lands. But of course I was like, I kind of have a lot of doubts, like this kind of crazy shit, it's hard to imagine. Upgrade.
Yeah, so I agree with Toby. There is tensions between these countries, but why there's tensions? Because everybody knows that Ukraine needs to sit at the table and will have to give something up. And they're the only guys who are delusional and think they can still dictate what they want. I think in Istanbul, what happened also was that when they talked with the Russians, they understood that the Russians will not move any inch from what they want. And it was clearly stated by the delegation. He said, we can fight on for 1, 2, 3 years, for even 21 years, like we did against the Swedes, right? How long can you fight, So it's up to Ukraine. It's not up to the Russians or up to the Americans. It's up to Ukraine. If they want peace, they can sign a deal tomorrow. They just have to follow the instruction which the Russian gave them. And if they don't want, then war will go on. And then it's their fault and nobody can help them, because we can clearly see that the European Union is useless. They threaten the Russians with all kinds of sanctions and ultimatums. And after the ultimatums are one day, and then the next day is 2 days, and the next second day is then 1 week. Who's taking these people serious? Nobody, because Putin knows exactly these people are.
By the way,
deal with them.
By the way,
deal with Trump. That's why he waits until Trump comes to the table.
By the way, they said until the end of the week. So it was Friday.
What happened? Nothing.
And then look, and then you had Estonia try to do some piracy on the open seas and get punked. I mean, that was hilarious when the Su-35 showed up and started circling real low, and everybody went, "Oh, we're going." The boat turned around like, "Yeah, we're going home," and the helicopter's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna go land." And he's just circling slow over everybody. It's like, "Yeah, we're out of here." I mean, and I thought it was hilarious too, because they said they tried to land troops by a helicopter and they kept speeding up and slowing down. It's like, I'm surprised the Russians haven't put unaffiliated PMCs on their Ghost Fleet to deter that. Because, I mean, that's just another stupid escalation by a country that can't back it up. I mean, one fighter jet showed up and they all left. And the guy driving the boat was smart enough to outwit him anyway. So what's going to happen if there's a war? I mean, that was a nice looking little patrol boat Estonia had. You know, I imagine what, you know, I mean, it was cool looking. I'm sure it's pretty modern, but what do they got, like half a dozen?
But Russia's not a real threat to Europe. The real threat is from Ukraine. Because remember, the Ukrainians are willing to fight Russia. You think they're going to flinch at fighting their traditional enemies in Poland and Hungary? You know, like, and so this is why I reiterate, I think Europe's biggest concern is this massively well-armed, very bitter group of Ukrainians who have a historic grudge against Europe, and who because the Ukrainians are going to come up with a narrative, right? And we know what the narrative's going to be. We were stabbed in the back, right? It's the oldest narrative in the world as far as countries that lose wars. It wasn't them that lost it. It wasn't their stupidity going to war with Russia that caused their downfall. They were going to win, but they got stabbed in the back by the European globo-homo bears and you know,
furry
worshipping.
Transgender. Don't forget the transgender.
Well, I mean, think about it. They can bring up all the time. Well, I mean, think about it. They can legitimately bring up all the, oh, we're going to send this, or we're going to send that, or we're thinking about sending F-16s or M1s, and the delays that went on. You know, they can say, oh, if we'd gotten them a year sooner, or if Biden or whoever hadn't waited 6 months to give us this or that, we would have won the war. I mean, because there's plenty of instances of that where it happened. They sat there and debated forever, you know, while they're getting fucking creamed. Yeah, you know, we know you need tanks, bro, but I gotta go ask my old lady. You know?
This if only thing is very old already. It's like, if only they give us HIMARS, then if only they give us ATACMS, if only give us F-16, then they got everything. They're still losing. No, one day they will say that if only the United States launch some nuclear weapons and Russia will have won, you know. They will have said that, no, one day. Jim, your mic have no sound. Although you are not muted, but your mic have no sound. Yeah, upgrade.
Jim.
Yeah, I wanted to pick up on what Toby said about that the Ukrainians will turn on the European.
I'll fix it up and come back.
It's working already. We hear you. We just heard you.
Hear you.
It's funny.
Are you there?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Go on,
Can I say one thing? And I'll shut up and I'll enjoy the show. Very important. It's a proxy war. It's not the poor Ukrainians who have instigated. They're the victims of the circumstances. Got to look outside the box, and it's America, US of A, and neocons. End of the story, Northern Territory. So poor brothers, Russians and Ukrainians fighting each other, and poor Europeans, and I'll call it, as I said before, First World War was a European civil war. Second World War was a European civil war, and that's the demise of Europe. White Europe, America, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. We were up the creek without a fucking pedal, put it simply, in a normal vernacular. And that's what's happening. And I always compare our white European culture, heritage, Christian heritage as decay, 3rd or 4th century Rome. We're going down a shithole, and we're becoming shithole countries. And let's start with France, and then go to England, and then go to Italy. And I'll just shut up while I'm ahead. Go ahead, boys. Think about it. Give you some food for thought.
I agree. I keep saying that everything is because of United States.
Yeah. So I don't know if I should go with Jim's point, or maybe I address first Toby's point, and then after I go Jim's point. About the Ukrainians, right? Like I said, who gonna turn on the Europeans and stuff like that. Let's not forget, Toby, the Ukrainians fight on because the Europeans are basically now funding them, you know. If they turn off the water, you know, then they have nothing, you know. Nobody gonna pay anything. Their country is gonna be bankrupt, and there's basically already bankrupt. So
the country is already bankrupt.
Yeah, it's already bankrupt. So if you need also money to fund all this huge army. You know?
Yeah, but I mean, what about all the just laying around ordnance and stuff. That's, I mean, think about it.
gonna
I
sell
mean, I
their
know
own-
that that's probably a finite supply, but that could at least contribute to a few years of instability while that supply
Yeah,
is
they can start a
exhausted.
war with NATO, then the NATO will fund them in the ass.
Right.
They're already
Well, no.
weakened very badly, you know. So
Yeah, but
I
here's
don't
the
think
thing. What is the outcome, right? Because Europe does
the
have to keep
Ukrainians
funding
lose.
these people. I disagree with this idea that this is all America's fault, right? Like the thing is, the history of conflict in that region goes as far back as you like. You can go all the way back to Gogol and in the 1700s, right? This has been a volatile region of the Eurasian continent. The conflict has got deep roots, and there's a lot of argument that this is a conflict that had to happen. Because Ukraine was created as a state, it was inevitable that it would rise up. The ideas of Bandera are absolutely being echoed by the modern regime. America is just trying to like make some money out of wherever it can. This conflict arguably has its roots way back in the past, and the point about it is, this conflict will move to Europe because, like, what happens if the Europeans cut off funding to Ukraine? Well, then you're going to have a huge amount of very well armed, very hostile, very angry people looking for something, right? So what's to stop them rolling into Romania or Poland or Hungary, right? More to the point, what's to stop them saying you have to pay us? Because we all know what Ukrainians are like, right? What's to stop them saying you have to pay us or we will roll into Romania or Hungary or Poland? Because the reality is that those countries can't defend themselves against the Ukrainian military. They're not strong enough. And the Ukrainians will absolutely step up. Like, if there's one thing that we've learned, it's like if the Ukrainians are going to fight Russia, you think they're going to think twice about marching into Romania and looting the place because they haven't got any money? And so this is the intractable problem. Peace means that Ukraine has to face up to the fact that it's bankrupt, that it's lost its most valuable economic regions, and that it has no friends, right? And what Europe is going to want to do,
what if Russia
put Ukraine on life support? Europe's going to want to disarm the population and defang it so that it's no longer a threat, right? And how do you think that's going to play out with the Ukrainian nationalists when they get told the Europeans are going to give you like a couple of cents and a turnip to suck on, and they're going to take away your weapons because they're frightened of you? Do you think the Ukrainians are going to like find that appealing?
I mean, wouldn't that be something the Russians do through denazification and demilitarization? Wouldn't that be accomplished by the Russians? I mean, wouldn't they just keep going until they got what they wanted?
This is the thing. Europe is like, it's not saying it, but actually Europe's interests are that Russia continues to prosecute the war and that they destroy the Ukrainian state. Because the Ukrainian state is a bigger problem for Europe than it is for Russia. And especially
real quick, Toby, if you think about it, I mean, the two biggest obstacles right now in the peace negotiations are obviously Zelensky and the Ukrainian government, but it's also the EU members that want to keep interfering. And I mean, everyone's like, that's the hurdle. But like if you want to go down the rabbit hole with what you're saying, it's like the EU in the long term feels it's cheaper to give up some Leopard 2s and a few $1 billion every quarter in exchange for them being eliminated as a problem down the road by the Russians.
Super chat. Ukrainians were arrested for firebombing British Prime Minister's house by Simon Scat.
It was paid by the Russian. I'm not joking.
How do you know? Were you involved?
He's only here for the blowjob. You didn't see it? You didn't see his shirt? Yeah, but I agree with Toby because like this actually what I've said like 2 years ago on the open mic. I say that the danger for Ukraine for Europe is that the Ukrainians, if you one day stop helping the Ukrainians are gonna hate you more than they hate the Russians. they're gonna like turn around and then invade the other direction. Like they might just not fight the Russians. Oh, of course, this is a bit of an extreme case. Like they not fight the Russians, they pull all their troops and invade into Poland. Like just to give it back. It doesn't matter if they lose Ukraine as a country. They just want to pay back. There's a possibility. But of course that's a bit extreme. Upgrade.
Yeah, like you said, I think it's a little bit extreme. I think if you realistically look at what's happening and how Ukraine is currently, I don't think they have any strength to go and invade other countries right now. They're barely holding themselves together against the Russians. I'm sorry, guys.
Absolutely.
That's
Upgrade.
You think that
There are million Ukrainians dead. 1 million. There's more
The
wars
Ukrainian
now.
military could roll
I'm just trying
the
to
Ukrainian military even
get the
now
sentence out.
could roll over Europe.
It's time that we all talk over each other. So Super Chats, Liu Jim, this is the perfect channel for you.
Upgrade, you should go and have a look. Go down this rabbit hole. Go and have a look, right, at the number of combat experienced, combat trained troops, the amount of armaments, right, of Ukraine versus Romania, Poland, Hungary, Germany.
It doesn't have anything to do
right?
with what my
Ukraine
point was. I'm trying to make my
strong.
point, man.
It's a really powerful military force.
Hello.
My point is
Why aren't they winning?
Because they're fighting
Super Chat.
Russia, Jim. They're not fighting
Police
Western
arrested
Europe.
Ukrainian
They're not fighting
Roman
these
Levivnovich.
Eurovision bear countries in Eastern Europe. They're fighting Russia, right? That's why they're not winning.
Toby, it doesn't matter about if they're fighting Russia. They're barely holding themselves together as a nation. They don't have anything left. If now they attack Europe, they will get crushed. They will get crushed by the Russians and by the Europeans. They will not
What if the
exist anymore.
Russians? What if the Russians give them funding to attack
You
Europe?
think the Russians will give the Ukrainians shit? Bro, what are you
No,
saying?
What would they?
To the core. They will be happy that they get slaughtered. They will slaughter them.
Well, can I answer that? In 1989, there was a Warsaw Pact, and there was a what's his name? The not European Union. What's it called? What's the opposite of Warsaw?
NATO.
Fucking NATO. In Brussels, yeah. All right. 12 countries in 1989. Pope, Putin, and Reagan. Warsaw Pact Russia had 15 countries, satellite countries, which they gave independence. And Gorbachev said, we give up. West, you won. Capitalism, neoliberalism, you fucked us up the ass. Communism as we know it, we failed. And he says, one proviso, you do not expand. The whole purpose of NATO is anti-Russian. And Russia, and there were 12 countries with the head of America. From 89 to today, there's 29 NATO fucking countries. And there's no Warsaw Pact. So if you're a Russian and you put your head in Moscow, and said, hello, we lost our ideology. We were wrong. Gorbachev rightly or wrongly admitted. Now we've got a leader called Putin. And now all of a sudden, and they said, if Kiev or Ukraine becomes part of European Union, you get KFCs in Kiev and McDonald's, Turd Donald's as I call it, well, a rocket can go from Kiev to Moscow in 3 minutes. There was a thing called Cuban crisis, if you know, under who? Hello, Kennedy. What happened there? Khrushchev tried to put ballistic rockets in Cuba under Castro. And that's the only time the world literally came to a blow, literal half a minute to World War One. There you are, there. And he stopped that. From Cuba to Washington would be like from Kiev to Moscow. And that's what you got to understand, the psychology and the whole thing of Russians. I'm just saying, it's just common sense. It's not being a rocket fucking scientist.
Voz is the only BBC we trust.
Yes. It's big, trust me. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna agree with Toby. I'm not gonna say they're gonna invade Poland or Romania, but this thing that happened in Russia, assassination is that, yeah, it's gonna happen in EU. Trust me. If they abandon Ukraine are gonna start assassinate EU members. Yes, they know how to do it, and where is no security, EU. You can do whatever you want. But the thing is, it's good when you don't look too white. Because when you white, you can't be a terrorist. So it's gonna be a big mess if they give up on Ukraine.
They have to give up on Ukraine someday. There's zero ways you can go on
So what do
for
you think?
indefinitely.
Why do you think they telling them about the 30-day ceasefire? EU doesn't have anything to give to them. They are dry. The only way is 30-day ceasefire, them 60 days, them another 6 days, them 90 days, and it's gonna be like after 10 years, you see? And
It's quite funny, right? Because
everyone's gonna forget about that. They already
Macron is always there. Macron is always at the meeting, but he also said that he have nothing to give, which is kind of very hilarious to me.
He's
Yeah,
not
why the hell
lying.
are you there?
He's not lying. He's not lying because there is nothing for them to give. This is why they keep saying ceasefire, a conditional ceasefire, because they know they don't have anything to give. And if they keep doing that, Russia is gonna attack them. This country that keep saying bullshit about Russia, they better watch out.
Just to note, Toby went to work. I think he disappeared.
He's at work. He's just working.
Yeah, I was like thinking, is he going to spend half his working day, just on open mind? He will be the only other person other than me is getting paid to do this.
Isn't that Sunday in Australia?
Oh yeah, and Vaughn is also getting paid to be on open mind. Jim, you're muted. But Jim is also getting paid to talk on open mind.
It's 10:30 Sunday morning here in Sydney.
Yeah, I can multitask.
If Voz starts tricking, you can make some money too, Voz.
Look, I think you guys are being really short-sighted, thinking that Ukraine couldn't turn on Europe with Russia's help.
They will.
I think that's absolutely on
There is
the
no way.
card.
There is no way Russia is gonna get involved with Ukraine again, ever again.
Why?
I mean, they're probably gonna get everything they want. So why ruin a good thing by fucking with Estonia and the Baltics and shit?
I'm talking about.
I mean, they're gonna fuck themselves. So why not just stand back and let them fuck themselves and watch? Like what was that old saying? If your enemy's fucking up, don't interfere.
There's money to be made in going to war.
Hold on, said that.
But particularly, apart from anything else, I don't understand why it's so inconceivable that Russia would not fund the Ukrainian military to attack Western Europe. Apart from anything else, there's a strong sense of justice there. Europe did it to them, right? That's exactly what Europe did.
But the Ukrainians must want to attack first.
The Ukrainians marched into Kursk, right, and killed Russian civilians. If I was in Russian intelligence, it would make my day, right, to sit down with a bunch of Banderites, throw them a few kopecks and say, have at the Polish, right, and give them one from me as well. And you know what? Have some borscht. And you want some old ammunition, some of it might even work.
Go at it, son. Go hard.
I'm
I
not
mean,
gonna
this
get
would
involved.
be the ultimate victory for Russian intelligence, and I don't understand why you think it's such an inconceivable thing. The Ukrainians will attack.
Maybe the Russians may even
Well
offer them to
attack
change the
Russia.
name to
You think the
Galicia, no?
Ukrainians won't do it?
One point is there's a bigger war than the actual physical war which is going on in Ukraine at the moment, and it's called economic war. We're about to have a world first where good old American dollars, where the whole world trade's been US dollars. That's the standard. It's about to change to yuan, which is Chinese money. And we're talking about the alliance of China. We're talking about India, which is bigger than China, just in terms of population. Russia, North Korea, and all these other, including Iran, which is about 100 million. So this is a huge block. I'm talking about not bang, 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 who's got bigger dicks. I'm talking who's, put your money where your mouth is. And this is the fall of America. Once the American dollar and Wall Street, those banksters, circumcised banksters from Wall Street, fall, and then you're going to go down the hill. So bye-bye, Aussie, bye-bye, America, bye-bye, New Zealand, and Western Europe. That's why the guy in Poland and in Hungary is cozying up to Putin. Not because he loves him, not because Hungary was they had revolution in '56 against Russia, so they're cozying up. Eastern Europe says, "Look, we want to be independent. We want to be the scum, the poison of Western Europe, the decadence of Western Europe." That's what this man up there. He's right. He lives in Europe, in Switzerland or Austria, and he knows what's going on. It's a shithole of a country, of a continent.
Bobby, what's that? What's that? Don't do that move to me.
It's just
we don't do that.
You're kind of not in Europe. You're in Switzerland, and Switzerland's not really in Europe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's an independent state. They have democracy. They're not completely gay.
Yeah,
they used to have bears. It's not Europe.
Basically, Switzerland is a country for the elite from Germany, France, and Italy. If you feel like you are proper elite,
nah,
you
should go there, Voz.
Switzerland
is its own place. I've
been
never
there.
actually.
I was there in 2002.
Upgrade.
Did you get deported?
No. Poland. I've been to Poland.
No, I said deported.
No, I've got family there.
Upgrade. Upgrade. He's going to be naked.
Yeah. Toby, I don't know why you're still trying to sell us the Ukraine will get founded by Russia to attack Europe. I don't know, man. I'm telling you, never gonna happen. Never ever.
Okay.
Again.
Right here, I will bet
Let
you
me
5
finish my thought, man,
5
please.
Swiss upgrade.
I
That not
cannot
only
make
will
one
happen,
sentence
but it will
without-
happen before 2028 June.
I'm telling you.
2000 what?
Five francs.
28. 2028. I
June
think
2028. It'll happen before then.
I think the possible scenario could be that the Ukraine, after the war ends, then Ukraine is reborn into a new country. Maybe they change their name. They call themselves Galicia or something because they got so small. There's no point call themselves Ukraine or something. Then they still hate the Russians, but now they also hate the West. Then the Russians make them a deal and then supply them the weaponries.
No,
then
But
then the Galicians
will.
will.
A possibility. Look,
I
look
keep
at
asking
the
my-
right
I
now.
keep
Go
asking
to
more
the
than one
West.
sentence.
The Ukrainians hate the
No,
West right
I
now.
cannot make
They
more
have
than one
diplomatic
sentence,
conflict with Hungary. They have diplomatic conflict with Poland, right? They have diplomatic conflict with Romania right now. They're talking about Hungary as an enemy nation, as a hostile nation. They are arresting people and saying that they're spies who are planning an invasion. That's what's happening right now. So this idea that Ukraine sees Europe, Western Europe, as an enemy, this isn't some fanciful projection into the future. They've always believed it. Like Upgrade, you mentioned that they call themselves Galicia, or was that Wyatt? Right? They can't call themselves Galicia because Galicia
historically is in Poland. And so if they were to call themselves Galicia, they'd have to go to war with Poland to get their ancestral home
Exactly.
back, right?
Exactly.
Which is exactly what Bandera wanted to do. So this is the thing. If you're a Ukrainian nationalist, your historical enemy isn't the people in the Donbass. It's in the people in Galicia, right? It's in Poland. That's your historical beef, right?
Toby, I'm just telling you, you know who tried to fight the Russians and the Europeans at the same times? The Germans did. And what happened to them? They lost territory, they got fucked in the ass and brought back in time.
Yeah.
200 years.
Toby's point is not that they are fighting both at the same time. Is they stop fighting with the Russians and then fight the other
What
side.
do you think the Russians gonna do if they see the Ukrainians turning their army all around to the other side?
They make
They're
a deal.
going to
They
drink
say,
Bush and say good luck.
Like they did
Why
many
would the
times.
Russians?
Toby,
Why would
stop
the Russians
talking,
care?
shouting. Let me speak for a while. You speak.
Toby should stick to theories and
It's incredible,
theories
man.
and religious
Don't be
tools.
angry. I'm trying to get a point through, and you don't even listen.
Spit it out, man.
You're a knowledgeable guy. I understand you want to make your point, but let the other
What is your
people
point?
speak too.
Get to your point.
My point is, if the Russians just got some 5 regions, right, and they clearly could get more, and now there is a peace deal, right, and the only peace deal is held by West backing them and helping them so the Russians don't invade again, and the Ukrainians decide we hate this guy because they saved basically our nation. If you think about it, turn around to the guys who helped them, attack them. What do you think the Russians gonna do? They're gonna see, oh, okay, they're attacking our enemy. We're gonna backstab them. And this didn't happen just once. The Russians did that to the Polish and other nations when they were distracted with other nations. That's not some new tactic, right? That's some basic thing. I don't know why you see Ukraine attacking Europe. That will be suicidal. That will be the end of the Ukrainian nation. There will be no Galicia or some bullshit like that. There will be just nothing left.
You see, that's the trap. That's the trap the Russians melee on the Ukrainians, and the Ukrainians are going to bite it. That's the problem. No, they're going to bite it. Yeah,
But
they will disappear.
They will disappear.
But if they succeed,
they're barely holding themselves together right now as a nation. What's going to happen if they start to make suicide banzai attack with all what they have left against at least Europe? Is not that weak that they cannot repel.
I know what will happen. They will shout Slava Ukraini. Slava Ukraini!
The upgrade, the thing is, right, the argument that you're making, I understand the argument you're making, but it's all predicated on the Ukrainians being rational, right? So what you're saying is that it wouldn't make sense for Ukraine to attack Western Europe.
No, they can.
Although it doesn't make sense for them to be fighting Russia right now.
They have to bear the
To attack
consequences.
Russia either, but they're going to have a go. And I think this is what you don't grasp, is that Ukraine's in a pretty desperate position. Ukrainian nationalism is in a pretty desperate position. They are a bankrupt state, right? They have no means of visible support, and all they know how to do is fight. And their ideology is based on this whole idea that they are an oppressed people with enemies everywhere, right? I don't think that the Russians need the peace that Europe is offering. I think the Russians, you can take them at their word. They want to denazify Ukraine. They want to demilitarize Ukraine, right? That's what they want. They don't want this militarized failed state on their border being provoked to attack them by Europe. And so absolutely, the way to get a denazified, demilitarized Ukraine would be to pay them to attack Europe and then make Europe denazify and demilitarize them. So this is why, like, I can absolutely see Russian policy being go attack Western Europe, right? And then together we will end you. But something has to be done with Ukrainian nationalism. And it's not a rational thing.
But my point is, your argument is saying, sorry, Wyatt, I will give you just 2 seconds. My point is, you saying Ukraine is in a desperate situation, basically, right? And that's why they will do that, right? They will attack the Europeans because they think they get backstabbed. Okay, that's fine. But with which means? With which means? They're a bankrupt country. They basically you can tell, okay, they have experienced soldiers, right, who know how to fight, but it's founded 100% by by foreign nations. If they stop the funding, the war is over. Everybody knows that. And if they attack the guys who feed them, it's over. They're gonna be the Ukraine will disappear. There will be no Ukraine anymore. There will be parts will be taken by Poland, parts will be taken by Hungary, and the rest will be divided by either Russia or Moldova, or whatever. So
Toby.
this is not going to happen.
Not
I'm telling
Moldova.
I will entertain. I entertain Toby's point because he's not no point. If you have to look from the Russian perspective, if you can make use of the Ukrainians to attack and do some payback to Europe, that works. And you have to look at the current military situation in Europe right now. Poland is militarizing very heavily. If you can waste some of those military by making them fight with the Ukrainians, that's actually to the advantage of the Russians. So, and then the thing is that the Russians will have no care about these Ukrainian nationalists. You know, they can go and die. You need weapons and ammo, we give you weapons and ammo. And they know that these guys can't beat Russia. But who knows, they can actually, get back Galicia, from Poland. And then the Russians will be the one funding, and giving them the weapons to fight. And
I don't think they would give them, because just because Ukraine is a failed state economically, that doesn't mean there's not a lot of money in Ukraine. And if you think that Russians wouldn't sell black market weapons and ammunition to the Ukrainian military in exchange for wheat, for minerals, for gold, for all of the things that are part of the black economy. I mean, there have been tens of billions of dollars go into Ukraine. Look at the amount of luxury cars driving around Kiev. It's just because Ukraine is a failed state in terms of its official economy doesn't mean it's got nothing to trade, right? It's like what you'll end up with is warlords, like in Africa, trading 6 ships worth of wheat worth $12 million in return for $4 million worth of ammunition so that they can do a cross-border raid into Romania. Ukraine is a massive country and it has a lot of resources that it can barter for military supplies. And Russia, if you think the Russian military industrial complex won't satisfy that need and profit off it, then you are a sweet, sweet boy, right? Because absolutely, as soon as there is a peace and you have this failed state, the Russian oligarchs and the Russian MIC is going to absolutely see a business opportunity, right? And they are going to do business with the Ukrainians just like their grandpa did. And they are going to swap guns for butter. And the Ukrainians are going to operate their black market economy, right? And the reason that the Ukrainians are going to keep their military intact is because that is the actual backbone of their political power. The Ukrainians aren't like Switzerland with a civil society. They're not like Western Europe. And they're not even like Russia. The military actually holds power in Ukraine and has done since the military coup. You can see that Zelensky is captive of the nationalists and the military. They don't have elections in Ukraine. So the proper way to understand the Ukrainian state is to look at African states that are controlled by the military in the same way. They have failed economies too. But like Ukraine, they're big countries, they have a lot of resources, and they will trade that for what they need to keep the military junta in power. So this idea that Ukraine couldn't wage war on Western Europe because it's not a modern economy, I'm sorry, that doesn't hold up as far as I'm concerned. They've got this massive military industrial complex right next to them called Russia, right, which is absolutely willing to profit and trade and barter with their black market economy, and which has a vested political interest in seeing them continue to be a militarized thorn in the side of Western Europe. And, you think Europe's going to defeat Ukraine easily? I suggest you do a deep dive on the actual military capabilities of all of Eastern Europe, because it's been completely gutted since the Cold War. They don't have the men, they don't have the vehicles, they have like 3 aircraft between them, and they have no experience except as mercenaries in the Ukraine war. Ukraine wouldn't just beat Eastern Europe in a fight, they would curb stomp them.
I think
Easily.
I think only Poland, maybe Serbia, can fight. I think right now. I think the rest is pretty gutted. I think Hungary maybe, but Hungary.
I think if they try, Poland they're gonna lose. But if they
They
go
will lose.
south,
I feel like they will eventually still lose. It's just that
Poland,
there will be a lot of suffering. Yeah, but there will be a lot of suffering before the Poland wins the war.
If they try down south like Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, they can beat them easily.
So super chat by Simon's Cat. I will take the word of someone who has talked to the Russian and Chinese military. Madeline, Russia will go to Dnipro at that time. At that point, Europe will have to support what is left of Ukraine. I also believe that the Russians will go to the Dnipro because I already said this like 3 years ago. Oh, is it 3 years already? I don't even know. Yeah, it's coming to 3 years or 2-3 years. Yeah, so not surprising to me because that's the only sensible thing because you want to have a defendable border against Ukraine or at least against NATO. So going to Dnipro makes perfect sense to me. But I do agree or entertain Toby's idea. I think it makes sense. Yeah, and I think it's just that of course it's suicidal. But the thing is, whatever Ukraine is doing is still suicidal. The entire Europe right now is also very suicidal. So I don't omit the possibility of everybody just being very stupid. It is now a European culture, to be stupid.
I would agree with that.
Upgrade so sad.
Yeah, I've made upgrade sad. That was not my intention.
Yeah, Voss is not European. Voss is Angolan. He's
this is nothing to do with me. This is white people business.
You're a disgrace to King Charles, Voss. Huh?
He's your king. He's your king, not mine.
You live there. You literally live there.
Yeah, but he's your king. He's the head of state of your country.
You drink with
He's right. He's right, Toby.
Voss identify his anything around 1 meter of radius is Angola. He identified the space around him as Angola. You don't understand. It's too advanced for you. Mine is here.
Cool. Upgrade looks really sad. I feel like I've
Nonia is in the chat. He's your king as well, Nonia.
Before it can grow.
Obi, I don't know what you're sniffing, but stop doing it, man.
Well, cheer up, Hey,
I was cheering up, man. You continually cut me off, man. You know that. You're doing it on purpose, man. No, Toby, maybe you're right, man. Maybe the Ukrainians will do the last stand, the last.
Of course I'm right. I'm right. You can bank that.
I don't know, you things maybe sometimes it's true, sometimes it's not, it's 50-50, can happen. I would not be shocked if they will take arms against us, I will not be shocked.
It's like the battle of the Bulge, right? Instead of focusing on the Russians, coming from the east, right? They go on let's attack westward, and then they go in the Bulge and then they die there. Who knows? Mike is here.
Mike is here. I'm sure you got some fucked up shit to say. So go on.
Yeah. Okay. Good to see you guys. Good to see you all of you. I just want to say that I've been kicking out from the heaven and rejected by hell. So I'm back now and I'm still here. So let me just say, I hear what you guys been saying about the Ukrainian and what they've been doing, and this is what I've been predicting for a very long time that's going to be happening, and then that's one of the fear, the nightmare for the Europeans, because I've seen that when the time comes, Ukrainians are going to turn. When I remember when you guys were saying, "Oh, Ukrainians are going to be doing going to the Russian and doing what do you call it, terrorist attack." I said, no, it's not going to be just Russia. They will focus on Europe. They will start doing that to European for what the European led them to. They led them down this road. Now they are about to abandon them. Okay. And this is why this is what really pissed them off a lot, because this is thing that they set them up, they threw them underneath bus, not just underneath bus, they threw them underneath train. Now they're about to abandon them because European will not send their own soldier into the Ukraine to assist them. That's one of the other. That's the other reason why Russia talk more about the. In my own view, this is my own view. Okay, this is why I thought Putin talk more about the North Korean soldier, just to show that North Korea is not just supporting them, but they back them with their own soldier. Okay, even they might not even be in Russian, just to prove that they see what Europeans are doing to you. They promise you soldier, but they never bring any soldier in. And see North Korea, they bring their own soldier in to back them up. You know, like it's throwing the Ukrainian. See what they have done to them. Because now it's not they promise them weapon. Yes, weapon can fight himself. I mean, weapon can fire himself. Somebody have to pull the trigger. Okay, and that is what it was expecting from the Ukraine for the Europeans to send. They promised they're gonna send 30,000, they're gonna send 20,000, they're gonna send 10,000. They never send. Yes, they do organize some mercenary for them, right? From Colombians, from South American, European pay for it, even American pay for those mercenary. Okay, but the fact is, they want more. They want Europeans to step in. And Europeans understand one thing, that if they step into this, and there's no going back, there will be no going back. That is it. When you step in, no back, no step back. That will be Third World War there. Nobody gonna stop it anymore. And the other thing is that I believe the Russian is going after Odessa region, Nikolaev, Odessa region. In my own view, Russia is going after there. I think Ukraine knew that. They knew they would go after the Odessa region. So Ukraine have been calling them up, like try to call the Russian to the coast region area, coast, whatever they call them. So they're calling them to that area, pay their attention to that area to let Russia avoid going to the Odessa region. Right now, I think the way I'm thinking, I might be wrong, but the way I'm looking at it, Russia has been setting up to going after that region. And the Ukrainian knew that too. Even the West knew that. It's going to be like a D-Day, something like that. It's going to be like, going after there, knock something out, big things happen, So, would the West be able to stop it? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. And the other thing is that the Uncle Trump have been trying to trolling China. Because all the tax, what did they call it? The tariff. It's not about the bring your manufacturing to United States, which everybody expected. What they was doing is to trolling China. Okay, bring China onto their own table, right? Then the China will stop selling some part to the Russian. But the thing that most Western don't understand is that the Russian already start build their own things. Most of those chips already been built by Russians. Their lithography machine has been running, which they wait too long. They wait too long. The West waits too long. This is what Biden should have done earlier. If Biden done that right, they could have been able to cut Russian access to technology. I mean, the chip technology quicker. But they wait too long. They will do other things that they could have focused on China, because China is the one that they really sent most of the equipment to the Russians. Why the West should have focused on? Yes, their goal. I think this is my own view. The West goal is that their calculation is that at the end of the day they will go after China first, eliminate Russian, because Russian can, if they're fighting China, as long as China can keep getting fuel and food. It's two things to fight war: energy and fuel, food. Whenever you have that two things, you can stay in the fight for long. But when you lost that two things, now they know that if they blockade China, it will be difficult for China to get a fuel. But Russia can easily supply fuel to China. So that's why, at my own view, they're going after Russia first. So when they take Russia down, then they could easily go and yeah, they might think, oh, China have a larger population, blah blah blah. They are easy to blockade, okay, because they only have a one direction that everything come to them. Beside Russian, okay, they could the Indian is one side, the Russian other side, and the sea, the ocean side. When they block the ocean side, that's it. China is cut off. China is completely so. I think, in my own view, I might be wrong. That is why they're going after Russia first. Take Russia down, then they can easily bring China down. Now it's now become a headache, but the mistake, they could have go after China first instead of go after Russia.
But
They know they're screwed. Yes.
yes, but Russia and China, they share border. They don't have an ocean between them. You can just walk.
Exactly.
So,
Exactly. And
so
again, they know that
there is no way. There is no way they're gonna stop Russia from supply food to China. There is no way.
That's correct.
And don't forget Iran.
But
They
this is
just
what they do. If they destabilize Russian government, right now, Russia will not. That's what they're going after. It's like the West are trying to kill 10 birds with one stone. How did they say, right? Kill 10 birds with one stone. First, go after Russia resources. Because one of the biggest thing they're going to do this is for Russian resources, because Russia has the largest resources in the world. Period. Okay, and those things, yes, all those, especially the rural earth they are abandoned of them in a concentrate. I mean, they are the concentrate abandoned of concentration zone in Russian, which West already knew. Even Russian don't even knew that. Why? Do I say this? Because most of those things has been digging out by all those Shell, BP, drilling or looking for oil all over Russians, right? Because those are the ones that they do the contract. Many Russians don't know that they already dig the soil, they test the soil, they know what each soil contain. So now they know they know where most of those good stuff are. So first thing, they destabilize the Russian, break it apart, then they pick the pieces. That is the goal. And then that will help them to be able to go after China as well. Because now when Russia is destabilized, they can't get themselves, they start fighting each other. Now they can't supply anything to China. It's a blockade there. Now it's easy to blockade China. China could not say no anymore. Whatever the West wants, China has to agree. First, they're gonna cut Tibet area off the Chinese. That's what they're gonna do. The Tibet is gonna be their own country. Then they're gonna go the Xinjiang region, be their own country. They already, my own view, they already pieces China in each country. That's how I saw the whole thing.
Can I just on that very point, if I can make a comment, I suppose. The way I look at it, I don't look at it in a sort of a myopic sense where it's focused on certain points. You got to, I think, get in talking geopolitics. You got to look at the big picture, I think. And again, you got to start from the country. Russia is the biggest country in terms of size, in terms of, I think it's got 6 time zones from Vladivostok to St. Petersburg. And Russia, I think, like China, has been thus far inwardly looking in terms of politics. The only point in Russian history which has been outward towards Europe is under Catherine the Great and her great city called St. Petersburg. If you look at St. Petersburg and you go to Venice, there are canals, the architecture. And she simply said to Russia, we Russians have to become European. And thus you get influx of ballet from France. France built the big Trans-Siberian Railway. So you've got to understand that there've been a split personality in terms of Russia. What is Russian? Russia is very homogeneous country, like most of Europe was up to 1945, more or less. Very, very Christian homogeneous country. But what has happened now, as I see it, is post 1945. Again, I'm looking, big picture. I'm not going centrally. Is and especially with the rise of neoconservatism, America had its height in the last 30, 40 years. Now I think the West with America is on a decline, and it's called controlled decline because everyone's got an atomic bomb. And the question now remains for everyone, for the whole world, let's hand over the baton, either Russia, China, or whoever. So that's the dangers. Remember, an animal like a dog, once you corner it and it has no exit, it will go for your jugular or your eyes because it's got nothing to lose. It cannot escape. And that is the danger, boys and girls, as I see it. Not only forget about China, Russia, America, the world. Because, when those big bombs start flying, kiss your ass goodbye, all of us. So that is the danger. So how do we manage, or how does America and Russia and China and everybody else manage the decline of the West as we know it? And it's not happening like in 5 minutes or 5 years, maybe not even 50 years. You and I and all of you here will most likely not be around. The fall of the again, always revert back to history. The fall of the Roman Empire started 300 years. From 33 AD, if you call the birth of Christ as the starting point. So if on that point, I would decline of the West, I would highly recommend an author, if you're interested, German author. He wrote in the 1930s. His name is Oswald Spengler. I won't go into that. The other thing which I like to point out is the animosity between so-called, now they're together, Russia, China. Remember, the Russo-Chinese, they don't like each other. And in eastern Siberia, under Mao Zedong and Russia, there were skirmishes like between India and China over Nepal. They don't like each other, boys and girls, but they're forced to be together by America and Europe. The shenanigans going on in Europe and the fucking neocons in America, the global homo. They want to get rid of the borders and they want to have a KFC at each corner anywhere and have Hilton Hotel. So whether you're in Sydney, whether in New York, or whether you're in Paris or Moscow or Kiev or Beijing, they want everything to be the same in architecture, in what we eat, and in one money and no borders. That's what's happening. And it's probably a 100-year, 150-year project. So the question now remains is the enemies. I'm talking about India, China, and Russia, the big boys. They've been forced. Whether they love it, they like it, they're together militarily and now economically as we speak. And that's going to be the biggest factor which will happen. And it's happening now, like next week or next few months. With no longer the good almighty American dollar will not be the currency of the world which has dominated the world trade. That's what's happening. That's when you look again. I always revert, because I'm sort of a history buff, to Europe, to Roman Empire. Just read that, and you read the current situation, and that is so dangerous. The danger is potentially the destruction of the world if one of the crazies go in there. And we're talking about now India and Pakistan, and now Trump has sort of said, shut up, be quiet. Now going back to Ukraine, who's the big boy there calling peace or war? Trump. It's not Zelensky, it's not Merkel or whatever that poofter is. What's that other poofter in England?
Hey.
Yeah, whatever his name is.
respect my
And
family.
that Macron married to a man. What's his name? Macron. Yeah, he's got an atomic bomb, but he's married to a man anyway, transgender. So everybody knows that. But anyway, it's not nobody. Okay, he's a pawn in a game of life. Okay, so think about the big global picture before you talk about, myopic incidences, may, shall, will. That's how I go. And history, you cannot predict history. History does repeat itself, but not exactly the same. We can have a guess, and guessing is a very dangerous game.
I just want to say, all the countries that Jim just said about having Hilton hotels and KFC, they all have Hilton hotels and KFC, like for real. Like Beijing, Moscow, all of them have. And super chat, Uti say that
in Russia they destroyed their KFCs. They had it, but Putin took them down, so they've got their own KFCs now.
So when Russia wins, Europe will experience their migrants being armed and Ukrainian asymmetrical attacks. Europe will experience 1,000 Bataclans. And which, it's actually quite scary. If Ukraine decided to just arm all the rebels or separatist movement in Europe, that's going to be crazy. Siamese Cat say, according to Madhu, which is Madeline, vast number of Chinese working in Russian Far East. Power Siberian 2 is 2 years ahead of schedule. It will be built in months. I'm not going to be surprised. That's the case. Oops, pressed the wrong button. Yep.
Okay, upgrade. You up. Your turn.
What I'm done?
It's your turn.
My time?
Yeah, tell us some French propaganda. Go on.
Some French propaganda? Like I'm telling you French propaganda. I'm most of the time dissing all the French because they're going in the wrong direction. You know that. Thomas, you know that. I hate Macron. He's destroying our country. He's a fucking imbecile. And
Whose country?
Huh? Yeah, of course.
Whose
He's
country?
French, right? So he's also destroying his country.
Yeah, but you said ours.
Yeah, he's
Wait a
French.
minute, upgrade. Are you a French?
I have
Yeah, he's
double
French.
nationality. Everybody knows that. I already said it many times.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know you were French. I thought you were British.
No, I'm not from the islands there. We don't like them.
Well, I suppose you can't help bad luck, but we'll pray for you for being French. All right, we'll say a rosary.
This Anglo-Saxon always so high up their nose.
No, I just pulling. I'm not.
I know, Jim. I know. You like that.
Upgrade. I remember when you first came to open mic, you said that you just came from China.
I've worked and lived in China, but when I first time came to open mic was because I listened to Wyatt's open mic and I thought it was very interesting that many people come from around the world.
Yeah.
And it was about Ukraine, right? And Russia.
Yeah.
It was hot that time. And I'm married to a Russian. So it was
now
like...
now I understand why you're so pro-Russia. Anyway.
I'm not pro-Russia. I think it's just... It's just ridiculous.
I'm winding you up, man. Don't get too
No,
serious.
I'm telling you, for me, it's ridiculous. This war, it's dumb, it's useless, and we should have never started. You know.
I keep saying that.
I agree. I fully agree.
The
Absolutely.
Russians killed Ukrainians, and Ukrainians killing Russians. It will never in hell that people would thought about it before this war started. You know, in these two countries, they were like brothers and sisters. They're married to each other. They have the same culture, the same, religion, the same everything. You know. Toby, why are you always doing like this? Stop doing like this. You know, you and your hands. Stop. It's basically the same, man. I've been there. I know you've been there too, right? So you should know. I've been in Russia and I've been in Ukraine. For them before the war, they were
Yeah,
like
but you go
brothers
there
and
and
sisters.
you see happy people dancing in the street and holding hands and singing Kumbaya and putting flowers in their ears. I go there and I see something else. Because I don't have
there to destroy them.
Say that everybody's
I don't
saying
have that
Kumbaya. What the hell are you talking
appreciation
about?
of beauty, I guess.
I know Shit from kangaroo shouldn't be allowed, man. Stop sniffing it. Get some help.
Look, this idea that they're all brothers
Get
and
some help, bro.
sisters, you know.
Ukraine and Russia were like this. They fought against the Nazis. They fought against the fucking fascists, and they've won together.
You know, this is the problem
And this
with.
is not a problem, Toby. This is what you think because you're on an island and you're crazy. Stop being on the island and being crazy, man.
Imagine
Come back
a
to the normal
European
planet. You know?
Imagine a European, right? Like, just think very broadly of the last 200 years of conflict in Europe, and imagine a European is going to tell you about brotherly love and countries getting along. Because, like, if you actually go
anything what I said, nothing. Just because we had war doesn't mean that my opinion is wrong. That's just what you
and I'm getting to
interpret.
why. Let me finish and I'll explain why you're wrong in detail, right? And not just wrong, but like wrong from great height. It's like, you know, you go to Eastern Europe and you see the lion laying down with the lamb, and you see peace and happiness and all of these French superlatives, right? You see woke rainbows everywhere and you believe it to be good. But at the heart of every European is murderous treachery, right? And like when you really dig down, when you start to drink vodka with the Eastern European and the Slav, you know that he wants his neighbor's cow to die of a bellyache. You know that he wants this more than anything, right? And the reality is that if you drink with Lithuanians long enough, they stop with the European brotherly love and they tell you that the Polish want to take back Vilnius, right, as their own, and that the Polish teach their children this at school. And if you drink with the Polish, usually in England, because that's where they're working, they will tell you the same thing after a few beers.
No anymore. They left.
Vilnius belongs to us, right? You scratch a European and you find centuries of conflict and hate for their neighbors and mistrust. And that is absolutely true in Ukraine. It's like, yeah, they're mattress relations for sure. But like everybody in Lithuania has mattress relations who are Russians as well. My own wife's family, right? I've got a niece whose father is Russian, right? But nevertheless, they are staunch Lithuanian patriots. Family ties in the Slavic lands are no barrier to national hatred and a lust for war. The thing about the Slavs is brother will fight brother to the death, right?
You know,
and then they'll make up and they'll drink and they'll proclaim brotherly bonds, and then the next season they'll go to war again. So this idea that like the
That's what
conflict
made
in
Europe
Ukraine
great.
is unusual, that it's artificial, it's almost like to be expected. And when you have a look at the last couple of 100 years of history in that part of the world, absolutely it's to be expected. And in a way, Ukraine was created by the Soviet Union in order to try and prevent it from happening again. That was kind of like the idea was, we're going to create this new state in these troubled regions to stop the conflict that has always gone on there. So yeah, I don't share your vision of like this.
I see what's the problem. I see what's the problem. Hold on, Jim.
And then
hold on, Upgrade. I see what's the problem here. Upgrade went to East Ukraine, and Toby went to West Ukraine. That's why they see things different.
Can I chime in and provoke just one thing? I blame the French in 1789, the French Revolution, where they destroyed the whole liberté, equalité, fraternité, and we're still fucking suffering because of that. What happened there, basically, Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette put it in a nutshell. They destroyed the hierarchy and the peace of Europe for 1,000 fucking years with their Freemasonic satanic symbols, which still permeates to this fucking very day. All right, Danton and all those boofters. Fucking hell. You've got an answer a lot to our destruction. All right? Now I'm picking on you. All right? Now you watch out. You got a lot to answer for. All right? You got a lot to answer for.
You're too smart to say such things, Jim. You know that exactly. You try to provoke, but it's not gonna. It's not gonna.
I know. But there's a lot of truth in there, by the way.
I know. But I want to respond to Toby. I didn't say that it's kumbaya and everybody likes each other all the time and they're holding their hands and making campfires and living together and until the end, right?
And the gay flag.
I'm just telling you that there is a bond, there is a cultural similarities who you cannot deny, and it's very deep. It's not like it's the Americans against the Vietnamese. It's basically brothers and sisters because they are all brothers and sisters in many ways. Russian Kiev Rus and stuff like that. The entire history, the entire culture is based on mutual wars, of course, but also cultural exchange and stuff like that. So it's not just hatred to it. It's easy to just say, oh, they hate each other and they have national pride. Every nation has that, right? You think that the French don't have that against the Germans, but then now you can see that we peacefully coexist and there's nothing happening, right?
You coexist because the Americans and the Russians basically carved Europe up and stopped you attacking each other.
So what it has to do with the fact that there's no wars?
When the Frenchman was put on the leash, his warlike instincts were curtailed.
You're too educated to do that stuff, man. Stop it.
And this is
man.
so
You're
European.
just continuing interrupting. I'm letting you speak, but you're not giving me the same courtesy. That's not.
Super jet. Je wouldn't should love the French and the Napoleon. They invented gazing of the blacks in Haiti. Okay.
I don't get the
yeah. This is a bit too deep. No, this joke is a bit too deep.
Invented guessing of blacks.
Don't, Jim. No, don't think too much about it.
Let me tell you. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. Before I go, guys, I just want to say here in eastern side here, they used to say one joke like about the Russian. They say Ukrainian and Russian. Most white people always say here they are the crazier of the Europe. So if you are looking for the crazy European, you have to be either Ukrainian. If you see angry person, if it's not Russian, if it's not Ukrainian, it's going to be from Manchester. If you see any angry white person, if it's not from Russia, if it's not from Ukraine, definitely from Manchester. So
there's no white people in Manchester.
Yeah, then we see angry one. If you see angry white guy, if you see angry white, if you see angry white European, it's definitely gonna be. If it's not from Russian, if it's not from Ukrainian, it's gonna be Manchester.
Manchester is full of Pakistani and Indians.
Oh, okay. Whoever they're really born to be angry. Anyway, I just want to say it's good to see you guys. I have a new motto. My new motto is careful of whatever you're asking for. And my second motto is never say never. Good to see you guys.
Bye. Thanks, Mike.
See you later.
Okay, see you, Mike.
Most
Upgrade. I want to respond to upgrades like.
I didn't even finish, but go on, Toby.
I was talking.
I give you the courtesy. I'm polite and give you the courtesy.
I was trying to talk to upgrade.
We get too deep into it. This idea that Europeans are fit and proper people to speak about peace and harmony in the world, this is a fantasy, right?
That's such a dumb argument. Just because we had war before, we cannot talk about having peaceful times. That's just
honestly, only the Icelanders can speak about peace. No, Icelanders can speak about peace.
Yeah, just Icelandic, just Arctic can speak about
actually, not true. Not true. They actually have genocide tendencies as well. They kill a lot of whales.
Of course they do.
They genocide the whale. So sorry. I take back my words. No, I sorry. This is a mistake. No.
Now, upgrade. I'm going to ask you to have a bit of hush now and let me finish, right? Because what I'm talking.
This guy, my
No,
goodness,
really,
man.
bit of hush. Because we're
Get
talking
the
about
fuck out of
European
here,
history
man.
here,
No,
right?
no, it's not working like that, Toby. You're not doing it to me, man. Go on.
All I'm saying is that the entire time that I lived in Europe, all I heard from Europeans was the glory of the EU was that it brought about the end of war. The Europeans had been at war with each other forever, and the EU was this project to bring them together, and that the Europeans had worked out the formula for peace, right? And the thing was, it's total horse shit. What happened was Europe destroyed itself in the Second World War. Merely 20 years after the First World War, they became so weak that the Americans and the Russians marched across the entirety of Europe and met in Berlin. And then the Americans and Russians made a peace in Europe. And so the peace that Europe has enjoyed hasn't come from them at all. It was imposed upon them by countries outside of Europe. And the great myth of Europe that a lot of Europeans believe is that they are a peaceful people and that they won't descend into fraternal warfare and shenanigans as soon as the American jackboot is taken off their neck, right? And the Russians retreated out of Eastern Europe, and what has happened? War has erupted in Eastern Europe, right? The same thing will happen in Western Europe as soon as the Americans depart. These peaceful Europeans with their grand ideas and their fursuits, right? They are going to fall upon each other into warfare and fraternal warfare quicker than you can say globo homo, right? So I don't buy this idea that Europeans have any standards and any standing to talk about peace and fraternal relationships.
He is Swiss. Swiss never fought the wars.
He has no national animal. He has no honor, right? You have to keep him in, on a tight leash. Put that Euro man on a tight leash. Isn't this right, boss?
But the mountainous Europeans do not fight the wars.
The hate Toby has for the Europeans is unreal, man.
But see, Toby, you gotta understand the Nietzschean character, man and masculinity, and you can go right back to the ancient Greeks.
Real quick, Jim. Real quick.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
can give you the word afterwards, right?
Yes, go ahead.
Bob, it's just ludicrous to say that the Europeans have no right to talk about peace. Then the entire planet has no right to talk about peace because each civilization in the entire history attacked some other nation, and nobody is without blood on their hands. Maybe the penguins in Antarctica. I can give you, maybe Wyatt because he's a good guy. So I take him out of the picture. But to just say that, the white dudes who made 2 world wars, we made 2 world wars, that's fact of history. Doesn't mean that we cannot talk about peace. Doesn't mean that we didn't have a long period of time with the longest.
You're misrepresenting what I said.
I didn't really
What I'm saying
What
is
did you
when
say?
you meet
We
an
are not
American,
allowed
you
to talk
should
about
say,
peace
yes,
because
sir, right?
Didn't you
Instead
say
of
that?
talking down to Americans, instead of Europeans talking down to everybody, talking about how they are the garden and everybody else is the jungle. See, this is the issue. The issue is that the Europeans assume dominance and control. And the reality is that they should be saying, yes, Mr. Trump, sir. Thank you, Mr. Trump, sir. Right? They should know their place. And instead of knowing their place, right, and thanking the Americans every day and thanking the Russians for bringing peace to them, right? Instead of humbling themselves before the Americans and the Russians, the nasty little Euro men put themselves up as the gardeners of the world. This is the issue.
You're denying it, but you're saying bad shit. But you're saying bad shit. The nasty Europeans. Do I talk like this?
The nasty little European.
Continent? You're basically prisoners. What are you talking about? Prisoners are prisoners. What are you talking about?
But you don't see me. You don't see me behind.
Oh
You
my
basically
God.
prison
I don't
Oh
go
my
like
ship
that.
there in
God.
the
How can you?
Trump
man.
You're not gonna come
filling
back
out
from
the
that.
Messi, Messi,
Jesus
Messi,
How
Christ,
about
Messi.
man.
here
This
on
guy
the
is
street
talking
and I
like,
know what
wow,
time it is up,
almighty.
right? And I'm telling
You're
you the
prisoners. You're
time,
basically
buddy.
the guys we didn't want to, and we shipped you there in the island, in the bush, man.
Me-
I come.
Messi, Messi, super chat tu. I am surprised with to you sitting on the toilet with it. With the way you pronounce English, I will show you Australian. Okay.
What's wrong with you,
Sorry
man?
for the. It became Indian accent today, and I'm not sure why.
That's no Indian. That's Santa Tone.
No, I don't buy that argument.
No, but I actually agree with Toby that no, the this
Why?
this extended peace period is purely because no, the entire Europe is just dominated by two superpowers, and that is this is I also agree it's really enforced on the Europeans to not be able to fight. No, like it's like the world peace can only come when you are like part of this super empire where there's no reason to fight. Like the Ottomans is the same thing. When the Ottoman empires is around, all the regions under the Ottoman empires have no reason to fight. The moment the Ottoman empire collapsed, you see the whole Middle East go crazy, and they just keep killing each other until today. So it is not entirely wrong. Like if you look at China history, it's the same thing. When there's no unified country, the whole of freaking China is always at civil war. Everybody wants to be emperor. So
But Wyatt,
sorry,
Wyatt,
upgrade.
I just want to cut in real quick. I'm not saying that Europe is a fairy tale land and that we didn't have wars, and this was always a continent where there was a lot of wars. Yes, it's true. That doesn't mean that we cannot talk about peace. That's my point. And Toby is like, no, we cannot talk about peace because we made a lot of wars. That's a felony in itself. Because then you cannot talk about anything in life, right? So because I once time smoked, I cannot talk about
You don't get to
being
talk
against cancer
down.
or something like that. I'm not talking
Europe.
about anything,
This is the
Toby.
point.
That's government
I
of
don't
the
mind
European
if the
Union.
European
Why you
leader
always
speaks.
in
It's when he
trouble?
talks from great height down to everybody.
But
Show
I'm
some
very
Europe
sorry,
is-
but I have to
know your
upgrade.
place.
we shall all talk together at the same time. Yay!
I'm gonna give this one to Toby. I'm gonna give this one to Toby. You know why? Because if you see the European leader at the moment, they don't talk about peace. They don't want peace.
Macron doesn't care. He hasn't got any kids. He's got a transgender
right.
for a wife. He doesn't give a flying fuck.
I think if you I feel like Europe has always exist in this like it's let's say fantasy place, but it's really pretty, it's beautiful, there's culture and everything. I think the change, and even wars in the past don't destroy whole countries. They, like you see Napoleon, they conquer countries. They destroy the army. They don't destroy the whole freaking country. I think so. It's the Illuminati, that's behind us, destroying of Europe. So it's not the Europeans. The Europeans, are civilized fighters. They fight, but they're civilized. Unless you are not European, then they will just wipe you out. They genocide the whole race and the whole country. As long as you're not European, if you're in Europe, they're pretty civilized. But so it's but there might. I do feel that in the conspiracy side of things, there is some certain forces that is pushing the Europeans into this mass scale industrial killing that really destroys the country. Maybe the bankers, they like to say it's this global bankers that is behind it. It could be the Jews, it could be the Illuminatis, it could be the whoever you just pick, or Lizard Man, not sure which one. And also, you will make a good Capella group, according to Uranium 13. Yeah, we should try,
But my point, right, is not that Europe was great, like I said, about not having wars on anything. I'm just saying that entire history of humankind is wars and killing and conquering,
Yes.
So it's just a dumb argument from us. Maybe I'm wrong, right? But if
No,
somebody
you're not.
tells me
You're not.
this
You're
people
not.
cannot talk about peace because they did that and that, then I'm saying, okay,
Shoot.
then you can also not talk about anything in general, right? Because all the time they're going to be one example where this example which
Come on.
he took can be
The
applied.
Australians declare war on emus and they lost the war. So no, chill. No, don't worry about what he
see,
said.
so fuck them, yeah.
They fought against ostriches and lost. So.
No, it's just funny, I most of the time agree with Toby, but on this point, I can't agree with him.
Oh, we just summoned him. He's coming back.
Oh, no,
Tudum.
Jesus.
All right. Can I, Toby, and upgrade? I'll say one thing. I blame it on Marco Polo. What happened there?
What did he do?
He went to bloody China, and the Chinese were celebrating their New Year's with all these powder, gunpowder. And that's what they use the gunpowder for. But he took the fucking European, taking the gunpowder to Europe, to put it into a cannon and a musket and to conquer the fucking whole world. There's an example. So I blame all the Europeans for causing...
That was the good old days, Jim, when they stole money.
No, getting back... Every culture, every continent, no matter how advanced or primitive a culture, South America, North America, Europe, Africa, Asia, has animosity and tribes, villages fighting each other. That's the history of the fucking whole world. Jeez, everybody knows it. Kindergarten kid knows that. I mean, he understands.
It's our genes. It's in our DNA. It's in our DNA. We are warring species. Yeah, we are warring species.
Parochial, birds of a feather, fucking flock together.
Yeah, but that's
luckily
not
you added the word flock behind. I was like, no, I thought you never added flock. Man.
Yeah. But Jim,
Anyway.
the issue here is like that the Europeans speak down to everybody. Right? That's the issue that I want to address.
Well, what do you want to mean? It's called a masculine society. Europe is now becoming feminine. The churches, everything, poof, there is, get the fucking flags. Come on, mate.
Jim,
Don't get me started. Don't get me started. Don't get me fucking started. Please, please. There's too many. Look at Eurovision. Well, he's upgrade. Just watched it. Tell him to tell you what's going on in fucking Europe. That should be all fucking killed.
Upgrade tells us about the
summarily,
but then he talks down to us, right? And this is my point. Look.
You can't be helped. You guys are down under. You have to talk down.
I did not say that the European man should not speak, right? That's not my point. That's not the issue, right?
Right.
And I accept that we are all wretched sinners, right? I accept this.
I just came back from mass. All right, I don't want to go back to confession.
Welcome to the club, right? And even I have been known to sin on occasion. But my point, upgrade, is Europeans speak down to other people. They consider themselves the garden, right? And they consider other people to be lesser than them.
No, that's a figment of your imagination. I beg your pardon.
Well,
if you want to talk about victim, now see, this is the thing. Victim
Exactly,
is now glorified.
That's the victim
The black
mentality.
man, the Jews, and everybody's the victim. I'm the victim. Oh, yeah, I'm LGBTQ. I'm a victim. I'm
That's my
blah
point,
blah
Jim.
blah.
Thank you.
Blah blah blah. If you're a young white man in Europe, in America, in Canada, Australia, you are downtrodden, most liberal, most fair, level-headed out.
Jim.
And of all the fucking races, of all the creeds, of all the religions. End of the story, Northern Territory. And that has happened in the last 30 fucking years.
Yeah, but they deserve it. Like we
deserve it. So, all right.
Look at upgrade.
Or get a gun and get a rope and hang yourself. How about that?
No.
Start from yourself.
No, but Jim, what I'm saying is like the world is very wicked, and it deserves what's coming to it, right? And particularly European. Like
whether Europe deserves it or not doesn't matter. That's not the point. History's got no bounds. History
Jim.
is cruel.
Jim, you've come from mass, right? Now imagine that you're Abraham and I'm the Lord, and you're
Yeah, all
saying
right.
to me, there are 20 good men in Sodom. And I'm like, I've got to burn it, right? And you're like, no, those poor white dudes in Sodom, there are good guys there. And I'm like, oh, Abraham, you're so sensitive, right? And then you're like, don't burn them all, Lord. And I'm like, all right, because you're, you amuse me, or for whatever reason, I work in mysterious ways. For whatever reason, if I find those 20 dudes down there that are good, I will spare the nuclear redemption, right? And so then I go down into the cities of the plain, and what do I find, Jim? Do I find 20 decent men? No, I do not. I find Upgrade and a bunch of furries telling the world how it is, right? And so then I come back to you and I say, dude, where's your 20 good men? And you're like, oh, what if there's 15 good people? And I'm like, God, all right.
Well,
because,
who's talking down to who now? Who is talking down to who?
And
right?
I go back.
Oh,
Because he say he's God now.
To you, right? I can play the victim too.
And
You took it
and
down
in
to
the
me,
end,
right?
we all know how this
I'm not a
ends,
good man.
right? It ends with
You know me?
tears and
You
brimstone,
know me, Toby?
sulfur, fire,
You don't know
and
me, man.
redemption.
I also want to
The
join the
earth
fund.
is
So
And this
super
is what
chat
I'm
the
saying.
Chinese
This
were
is
using
where we have
gunpowder
to get to.
for what's
Stop
its
sniffing.
100.
Right?
Okay, super chat. The Chinese were using
that.
gunpowder for war since 880. Jim Bowden's history is from the comic books. Anyone else think Jim Bowden is gay?
Jesus.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, I'm enjoying it. You gotta have a laugh. You gotta have a laugh.
Toby and Jim's favorite subject: Sodom and furries.
Yeah, but
Maybe it's an Australian thing. The Australians
I'm
have
black.
weird
I am black.
obsessions that we don't understand.
I am black, and I'm sure I'm a victim of you European guys. By the way, we got
In
three.
what sense? I don't understand.
Yeah, you white people, we got three here. You came to Africa.
Yeah. So
You
what?
know, yeah.
Where are you at the moment?
No,
You're in
they are the victims. They are prisoners of the whites. They are prisoners. They didn't come and invade you. They got thrown into Australia. You should look at Upgrade. Upgrade is the closest thing to that. The two of them are just poor souls that committed petty crimes and then got thrown into Australia.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Isn't it
You
true?
know, okay,
Yeah.
go on.
No, I
We
don't
came
know
here to
what-
build a kingdom of heaven, Upgrade. Well,
Don't talk
you,
about heaven, man.
what?
Just
The
keep it for
Iranian Putin
yourself.
identified as black. He would like reparations. Yeah, please repair it yourself to him so that he can donate more to the open mic. One other major thing happened is Syria. Syria is has its sanction lifted. Not yet lifted, but lifting. The Trump administration is lifting the sanctions. I think there is some conditions attached to it. So, but the Syrian people celebrate on the street. They're very happy. Yay!
I'm glad there is no sanction anymore. Because this shit fuck up countries. Trust me. But come on, let's talk about that guy, the handsome guy with very strong past.
Oh, he changed his name. He got me confused. When I was recording the video, he said, "Why his name changed?" It's like I remember him as Jelani or something. Then suddenly he's like Shara or something. I was like, "What?" So I got confused. While I was recording, like, what the fuck his name is? So I thought I remembered wrong.
Handsome guy with a strong past. Wow. And they say we don't negotiate with terrorists. Fuck off.
Yeah, he already changed job. He's no longer a terrorist. He's like a leader of a country.
Like Nelson Mandela.
Let's talk about his strong past. What kind of strong past is that?
Well, he's like Nelson
strong.
Mandela, right?
Yeah, Nelson Mandela wasn't a terrorist. He was
No, I don't
Yeah.
say that to. I don't say that to belittle
Okay.
Mandela.
Nelson
But
Mandela
Mandela's
wasn't
own
chopping
words
heads
was
off.
that armed struggle
Yeah.
was necessary.
Because he's a decorated veteran of the CIA. You don't get it. This is a strong past.
So
Well,
that's
it's
strong past.
Wyatt, it's a bit like what you were talking about before, about like, there's the old Middle East and then there's the new rising Middle East. This guy is really emblematic of that to me. It's like he's standing there with Trump and the Saudi leaders and all the other moneyed interests. And it's like, this is the way forward. Sanctions go away. We start rebuilding things. And against that, you've got Israel, right? And Israel is still fighting this old conflict. It doesn't get along with people in the region. Israel's kind of standing in the way of this new development. And that's really ironic because they're going to end up frustrating the foreign policy of the US and Europe and everybody else. It would be really ironic if Iran and the US actually want to get on with business and Israel's standing in the way, because that's how it looks like it's shaping up.
It used to be the Palestinians, the Syrians, and all these proxy groups, Iranian proxies. It used to be these three. Now it's Israel, Palestine, and still the Iranian proxy. So they swap. The Syria suddenly is not the problem, but Israel has become Syria. It has become the problem to progress in the region. And Trump is negotiating with Iran, and he also hammered the Houthis, to eliminate these Iranian proxies. So that problem is going to solve. So it's just going to be Israel and Palestine. It's just that the strip of land from the river to the sea, which is the problem now. If all these proxy problems are all solved, like you see even in Lebanon, a more secular government that is not pro Hezbollah has taken power. He's going to go through the process of slowly demilitarizing Hezbollah. So, and then Syria, you have the change of leader, which is now endorsed by the United States. So Yemen, not sure yet. No, the Houthis are still not here, not there. There's rumors of potential civil war restarting, but.
You know what really worries me just on that point, and I'll be very quick. First thing, before the October 7th, the population of Gaza, which is only 42 or 43 square kilometers, was 2.3 million people. Now, about 5 months ago, that sort of bombastic statement made by Trump that he's going to build hotels and motels and etc. Rebuild Gaza, and then he mentioned the people being only 1.8 million. No media, nobody has challenged him on that. Officially, again, I'm not Arab, I don't live in the Middle East. The official population of Gaza was 2.3. 7 months later is 1.8. My question to Mr. Trump and everyone, what has happened to 500,000 people? There's a talk, there's only 50,000 dead thus far. I think it's more likely. Again, I'm guessing, there's no evidence. The worst thing, there's no media in Gaza. No foreign media. If you're a media person, you're dead.
They've killed more reporters than were killed in the Second World War.
Well, there's no reporters. No, there are no reports. You watch your television. You cannot see. You can get instant news without technology, internet, etc. Literally as we speak, anywhere in the world, any continent, any country.
Well, Jim, they've actually killed more reporters in Gaza than were killed in the Second World War. Well, that's fascinating, right? Because the corporate media have to deal with that. It's like they're having to report pro-Israeli positions at the same time as they know that, like, they would be exterminated if they went there. That's going to create some cognitive dissonance.
Absolutely. I totally agree. And my question then is, and I'm putting two together, There was 2.3, now there's 1.8. What has happened to those people? And what I'm surmising, again, I have no proof, no evidence. I think we're talking about being nasty and naughty and all sorts of people, nations, countries, races. What's happening now, I think, is a genocide. I hope I'm wrong. I really, really believe. And the reason I'm saying it's not the Jewish people, it's the Zionist ideology. And in my business, in law and in medicine, there's a lot of Jewish people. And I speak to them, and they're honest people. You can actually communicate and talk to them. But the Zionism of Herzl's Zionism, which is expansionist, which is very imperialist, that's politics, that's ideology. It's not, and a lot of Jews are anti-Zionist.
It's business too.
Exactly.
You
So
got
when we
described
talk about Israel or Middle East, we should distinguish between Zionists and the general population, the Jewish Israeli population. That's my take on it, and I'm afraid the truth will come out. Veritas will come out sooner or later.
I think it already has. I think
You
we're
know,
already.
and I'm really, really sorry for the honest Jewish people. I mean, you can be of any color, any race. You're suffering because of your elite, political elite or financial elite, and a lot of them are in America, and as you all know, and a lot of them are all over the world. But I won't go into the conspiracies.
Well, if I can pivot off this, right? It's like one of the things I hear a lot is that this conflict has been going on forever, like 75 years since. No, well, just let me finish here, right? Like, the conflict between the Palestinians and the Israelis has been going on for a very long time, right? And so it seems to a lot of people to be intractable, and that there's no solution. Well, it's really interesting. 5 days ago, another conflict in the region in Syria between the PKK, the Kurdish Workers' Party. That conflict has been going on for over 5 decades, killed tens of thousands of people.
That's right.
Well, the PKK just resolved it. The PKK and Erdogan have made peace. The PKK have dissolved. And so at the same time as Syria is lifting sanctions, a massive interscene conflict in the region has been resolved, right? Which is amazing good news, just by the way, for everybody in Turkey, for all the Kurds, for everybody. It's like they have actually resolved a really long-standing conflict full of hatred and misery on both sides. Against that, we're seeing what's going on in Gaza, right? And I think that this idea, because you hear from the Israeli side, the Zionist side, what else could we do? What could we do? What could we do? Because it's like, well, how about you make peace? How about you stop bombing women and children? How about you stop seizing
travesty
land?
of justice. Travesty of justice.
So I find it really strange because the Israelis are using the pro-Israelis, the pro-Netanyahu people, I'll say, because I know there's a lot of good Israelis that don't want this, but the pro-Netanyahu people, their reasoning is incredibly shallow, right? You could use their reasoning to justify the Third Reich. You know, these people did bad things, we say, and therefore we can exterminate them, right? It's really weird because they don't seem to be aware of this. It seems to me that like the intellectual level of the Zionists and the pro-Netanyahu people, it's down, it's really low. It's like at Ukrainian levels of intellectualism. They're so simple that I don't even mean this in a pejorative way. I find it interesting. It's like their propaganda is not very good. They are failing to convince the world because they're saying stupid things. They're saying things that someone in year 8 at high school could debate easily against because it's hypocritical. It's obviously nonsense. There's been no self-reflection. And I think that, you know, we see Trump moving away from Netanyahu now. I really wonder where this is going to go. But yeah, I bring up the PKK dissolving because Erdogan seems to be doing great things. You know, his incursion into Syria seems to have been resolved. He's resolving interscene conflict inside Turkey.
No.
I hear that his economy is still a mess, but I don't believe most of what I read about economies these days.
The other thing on that very point is if you listen to the news, and I don't follow news, I've got no time that much, but listen to the news. The reason they're bombing people or Gaza or whatever is to trying to eliminate Hamas. Now, Hamas is a ideology, political. When you kill one Hamas, his children and grandchildren, you just made 4 different radicalized Hamases. So it's a furphy, it's a lie. And to say, oh, we have to bomb them, and it's not. The purpose, as I surmise, again, what I hear, there's no evidence, there's no reporters. You just heard
For
the other
me-
day.
No, for me is that the bombing makes sense in the early stage of the war. Maybe for the first year, at most the first year. Let's give it the benefit of the doubt. Although I feel that it's 3 months should be enough. No, it's a small city, but no. Let's say for the first year you give it to them, but you can't be still bombing today. Like, what you're gonna achieve? If you haven't achieved it in the first year, what can you achieve today?
Exactly.
Like
Exactly.
like after bombing for so long, you have military incursions into Gaza Strip. You still cannot find the freaking hostages which actually still in Gaza Strip, which the Hamas suddenly pop them out like mushrooms. When they have prisoner exchange, it was like, what the hell? After so long, you still cannot find them, and then it's like, what you going to do now? You just continue to bomb. Then to what end? There is no real intention to resolve the issue. Like I've said, like right in the beginning of the war, it's like
Absolutely.
if
right.
you could have use other means. You don't have to do military style. Even with October 7th, it's like you can use through the UN, force everybody, the whole world to work together and force Hamas into giving up the hostages without bombing. But no, they have to go into bombing. So after you bombing, the civilians are getting herded around like sheep. Instead of drawing them out into the into the Israeli side, house them into refugee camps, and then you can actually vet them through very clearly. Then you have no more Hamas people. Then whoever that still moves is target inside of Gaza Strip. But no, they leave everybody inside. So you just got to breed more and more of these people that suffers under the Israeli military occupation or military assault. It's stupid. There's no plan. It's just super stupid. It's a bit like how the Americans have operated in Afghanistan or Iraq, where there is no clear political solution. They only go in with a military plan. That's even worse because the Americans actually won their wars. The Americans went to Iraq, went to Afghanistan. They won their wars. It is the occupation that destroys them. The Israelis didn't even win the war. They don't even know where the Hamas is.
The idea in Afghanistan, to quote Julian Assange, is not to win the war, it's to spend money and to wash money through the MI6.
No, of course.
And it's the same
Military,
in Gaza.
yeah,
The point in Gaza is not to get the hostages back. You have to be a simpleton to believe that. The point in Gaza is to keep Netanyahu out of jail for fraud.
Oh, of course,
Like,
of course.
I'm not. I feel like I'm making stuff up.
No, we have to cut the cake in many ways. You cannot just.
Was coming to fruition. The guy was facing jail, right? And he went to war. And now, if the war ends, he goes to war and becomes a criminal in jail, right? And he might just get prosecuted for war crimes as well, right? Because there's so many people in Israel who feel like Netanyahu has butchered their reputation on the global stage, all to protect himself and to protect his financial fraud. The guy is a petty criminal, right? And it's so distasteful to believe that all of those women and children are being slaughtered in Gaza because one man can't face up to the law, right? And that is possible. Nevertheless, right, I really do think that that's what we're looking at in Gaza.
I agree.
There is a point. The point is to protect Netanyahu from the criminal law, which is, it's diabolical that so many people can die for such a reason.
No.
And
it's just different ways to.
Israelis would acknowledge it as well.
No, I agree because it's just different ways to cut the cake, right? It's just like we can say that you give this flower to this pretty girl because you fall in love. but actually on the deeper end, it's actually you just want to F the girl. So I understand the meaning. Like it's just the way how you cut it. Like we are talking about like the more surface level, the military
motive.
objective. But of course, then you have the hidden evil, intent, which is much more animalistic and primal. I understand.
Procreation is not evil. What are you, Thanos now? Right? Like it's goodness me.
Anyway, it's
So-
what time is it? Yeah.
So
Time to wrap
I'm
up?
thinking, because we only left with the three of us, so it's coming to 5 hours. Might as well wrap up, and yeah, because it's Vaughn's fault. Because Vaughn don't want to come out and talk. You see.
Well, you do this European time.
No, this is the American time, because I overslept.
All right. No. All right. It was enjoyable. I really enjoyed it. It was fun. Fantastic, I think. What about
Yeah,
you,
so,
Toby? What's your take? You had a bit of a sort of that was interesting. The discussion. I like that.
Yeah, I always enjoy the open mic, and like I like to help Upgrade come to terms with his Europeanness. I feel like I'm doing God's work there.
Oh, God.
Yeah, so thanks very much for the platform. It was kind of interesting.
Thank
Good
you.
talk
Yeah,
about Abraham. I will give a big shout out to Matthew 5, verse 35. Everyone should go and check it out. It's very interesting.
Okay.
Any closing
That's
statements?
my,
Do you want
No,
to do
that's it.
closings? That's it.
my
Well, that's
closing
it.
is go read Matthew 5 and pay close
All right.
attention to verses 35 to 38. Very, very interesting stuff. You'll get a lot out of it.
I will, if I could, talking about Matthew, the gospel, go Matthew 27. All right. I won't go any further than that. Do you understand, Toby? All right.
Take it easy, guys. God bless.
All right.
Okay.
Thanks
you,
very
Jim.
much. Once again, much appreciated. It was lovely stream. Keep up the good work, mate. Really good. Wyatt, you're a top man. All right. And
Thank you so much.
where do you support your bloody channel? Not today. I actually got to go somewhere. Next time I'll get on a stream and give you a few bob. All right.
Thank you so much.
No
Thank
worries,
you.
mate. All the best. See you
Thank
later.
you, Jim.
Bye.
Bye, Jim. So then my turn to do closing. So it was a very interesting episode, very random, and yeah. So thank you everyone for watching for this episode of DPA Open Mic for the 128th episode. 128! Oh my freaking god! How much of my life have been invested in this? So many hours. I think it's coming to 1,000 hours. So insane Trump Middle East tour, Russia and Ukraine peace talks. Syria give it a chance. I think it's I enjoy the conversations, especially we talk a lot about the geopolitics around Ukraine, around Middle East particularly. Like I really put it. I really want to highlight this to hopefully more people is aware how the center of European American focus is now to Middle East. Is for the development and growth in the Middle East, for peace and prosperity to develop over there, and I also strongly feel like Trump is giving up on Europe. Like to Trump, it's like the Europeans need to fix themselves. If they cannot fix themselves, he's not going to give a damn, because he knows that the Europeans can't survive without the Americans. So he's not really paying that much attention. He knows Russia is not a threat. He just want the wars to end. He want to focus on building these friendships, and it's totally new and unique foreign policy of the Americans. Like United States almost never was like this before. So Trump is really bringing around a totally different diplomacy and foreign policy for United States. But of course, I have to say, we cannot confirm this will continue after Trump leave office. That is the problem with U.S. politics. The leader don't stay. So at most it's 8 years. Then we will have to brace ourselves and see who is the new leader. and I think whether this will persist, this pro-peace United States will persist or not will depend largely on whether the MAGA movement is going to be successful or not. And this is what the Trump administration seems to be doing right now. They are trying their best to make sure that they can win the midterms with doing a very good job in the first 2 years, so that they can have another 2 years, and then their candidate is going to win, be it JD Vance or Marco Rubio, whoever will be able to continue this, this positive United States. Like, I'm not pro-US like blindly. United States have done a lot of bad in this world in the past, caused a lot of death, a lot of sufferings. But I'm very hopeful with this Trump-led United States, because I really see a lot of positive. We can actually see it developing. So this, I just hope that people can see what is actually happening, and don't be too negative about it. Be a bit more positive, more optimistic. When we are more optimistic, we are able to find solutions. If we are just pessimistic, then we just give up. Then there's no hope. So yeah, so just the same thing with my position about Palestinian issue as well. I'm always very positive about possibilities of Palestinians achieving statehood without needing to fight. However, right now, Israel is becoming that negative force in this world, and United States at this moment is stuck because of this alliance. The United States cannot stop supplying arms to Israel, but Trump is basically putting pressure in other means, other ways, like circumventing Israel to do their own peace talks, their own deals with the Hamas and whatnot. So we shall see. It's going to be pretty dramatic. Netanyahu is very isolated right now. I think we might see some kind of conclusion to this Gaza issue by the end of this year. I don't think it can last much longer. I don't think Donald Trump will allow it to continue for too long. But we shall see. We shall see, because Israel is Israel. They have their own thing. But if the Gaza situation drags on to next year, it's going to look super ugly, because Syria will be massively rebuilding if the sanctions is lifted. Saudi Arabia is already going ahead very well. So is Qatar, UAE. Who knows? There will be a deal about Houthis with the help of Iran, and to build this union state of Yemen. Who knows? A lot of possibilities. Like I didn't even know about the Kurds thing. It totally I didn't catch it on my radar. So I got to read up more about the PKK thing with Turkey. I just searched. It's 5 days news. 5 days ago, the PKK have agreed to dissolve as part of the peace negotiation with Turkey. So that's great. So a lot of great things is happening. Like Armenia, Azerbaijan is also talking. They are not fighting as well. They are in talking terms. A lot of possibility, a lot of positive things is happening around the world, and you may or may not give credit to Donald Trump for it, but there is a stark difference between the Biden presidency and the Trump presidency. You cannot dismiss that thing. All the crazy shit happened under the Biden administration, and Trump administration come in, suddenly everybody's talking about peace. So I'm not sure. Who knows? The PKK is actually funded by the Americans, right? Who knows? So that's also a possibility. So Trump cut the funding, so they have to make peace. That's also a possibility. Which he's still bringing peace. So we be a bit more positive. We have to stay positive, because if we stay negative and we just dub every single positive development, the world is not going to get better. Like if Trump isn't president, the alternative is Kamala Harris. You can totally imagine what the hell is going to happen with Kamala Harris presidency. It's not really up to us to choose who is the president. You cannot choose. Like who can you choose honestly? In the United States as a president, just imagine a name. Who can be that president that can make world peace? Honestly, there's not much choices, right? So we deal with the cards that is dealt to us, and I feel that should be the way going forward, and try to be positive about it. don't be like my government. My government is pretty negative. They feel like no, the end, the no, it's going to be a horrible years coming ahead. Like, not sure. Maybe it's going to be more difficult, but we shall see. As far as I'm concerned, I'm look at the mid to long term. I think so far everything is looking positive, but whether it will stay, really depends on whether a lot of these divisions by the United States can be enshrined in law. If they're not enshrined in law, then of course things will change. So anyway, thank you for watching. Press the like button, subscribe. Thank you for all the super chats. And did I miss any super chats? Yeah, I don't think I've covered everything. So thank you everyone for watching. So do share. As usual, we DPA Open Mic is a very tight community, very close, but limited community. So we have to spread the words, and I mean, it's all up to you and me, everyone to do this, to spread the words, because it's pretty difficult to get into it in the beginning, but once we learn all the different people, get used to it, it's actually pretty entertaining. So that's it. And so I'm gonna put in the outro. I'll see you guys in the next report, and I'll see you guys in the next update. Bye guys. Have a great Sunday. Happy birthday to you if your birthday today.
Share your voice, share your opinion, swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA open mic, free speech so. DPA open mic, we are live. DPA open mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. Let's go, we are live. DPA open mic, we are live. We are live. We are live. From every corner of a spinning globe, gathered voices, the stories they probe. Ideas like rivers they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, let others share the light. Find a world where every voice decides, debating the future, unconfined. Opinions like colors, vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. From whispered winds to roaring might, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, let others share the light. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice decides. Of ideas we see the birth of what the world could be. From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table the world